All right, good evening. Welcome to the August 19th, 2024 regular City Council meeting. Can the clerk call the roll?
Absolutely. Councilmember Vinker. Here. Vice Mayor Lowing.
Here.
Mayor Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Koo. Here. Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Here.
For the record, 6 present.
Great, thank you. Any agenda changes, additions, and deletions?
No changes this evening, Mayor.
All right, wonderful. Then we will move along to
Branded like 10 years ago.
public comment. How many speakers do we have?
We have 5 requests to speak for general public comment.
Okay, so just want to remind the public of just some policies the council recently passed, no longer allowing virtual speakers. All speakers have to be in person. If you'd like to speak, please submit your comment cards to the clerk now. And before we begin, just a few ground rules. First and most importantly, City of Palo Alto values inclusion and tolerance. We strive to create a safe space for all to express their views. Any intimidation or harassment of anyone in the room will not be tolerated. Second, First Amendment protects an individual's right to express their views in this public space. So while we are able to implement some reasonable time, space, and manner restrictions, we cannot prevent a speaker from saying something, even if we disagree with it. So if a speaker is saying something that you find troubling, you are welcome to excuse yourself from the room until after they finish their comments. We won't tolerate members of the public interrupting a speaker. Everyone's guaranteed their time to speak, but your time is going to be limited to your 3 minutes, assuming that we are under 10 speakers by the end of this. So please withhold all your commentary, both during and after someone is speaking. Ask that you don't clap or make other verbal remarks, as they may make people feel uncomfortable. And finally, ask that you honor people's personal space and right to express themselves. So with that, we can begin.
Our first speaker is Diane M.
There we go. Good evening, City Council. Thank you for letting me speak. I've submitted to you tonight a petition with 367, I think, or 61, can't remember, signatures on it. These are people that are very invested in preserving the Palo Alto Baylands and not have it impacted by the Palo Alto Airport expansion plans. I wanted to show you that maybe you know that a couple weeks ago in the Best of Palo Alto Weekly, the best outdoor escape place won overwhelmingly was the Baylands Nature Preserve. Also, the city and countless other people are promoting the Moonlight Run, wonderful tradition for years in Palo Alto. And of course, that takes place out there at the Baylands. But there's so many other reasons, and I hope that the cover letter I gave you tonight will explain some of those personal stories and that you'll really consider keeping the Bayland Preserve as is. Thank you very much for your time tonight, and have a good night.
Our next speaker is Raymond G.
Good afternoon. My name is Raymond Goins. I'm with Silicon Valley Debug, the Coalition for Justice and Accountability, and the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, better known as NAACP. Today, I'm here to ask of you to ask Joe Siminian, your board representative for the County of Santa Clara, to say no on tasers. Today, we had a meeting with CCLIM in regards to the proposal for a pilot program in Santa Clara County in which the sheriffs want tasers. During that meeting, we heard Mike Janego give a rubber stamp to the Sheriff Department on why our county needs tasers. I stand here in front of you guys, each and one of you as a Black man. And when tasers, for me, when I envision them, it reminds me of the slave owners riding the horses with their whips and shotguns. The only thing that's different between now and slavery is law enforcement added the assault rifle and the handgun to the arsenal, and now are trying to exchange the horse whip with the electrical whip called the taser. We all know that tasers disproportionately impact people of color, in which, again, I'm a Black man and I fall up under. They were 100% be used against people that are unarmed, mentally ill, and have undiagnosed medical conditions. As a Black man standing before you, I suffer from post-traumatic slave syndrome, as all African Americans do in this country. So all of us have uninherited, undiagnosed, or diagnosed mental health illness. To ask that for Joe to approve tasers, an unknown person, innocent person will die and become killed because of such. I ask you, to beg of you, to ask Joe Samaritan not to approve these torture devices that Oakland, Mike Janeko, and the sheriff is saying that we need. We don't need them in the correctional facility or on our streets. With that, thank you.
Our next speaker is Avram F.
So I was with Raymond this morning. The sheriff presented for half an hour. Mike Chinanko and Auckland and OIR, who he represents and then 6 of us activists from a wide variety, the Coalition for Justice and Accountability, NAACP, Silicon Valley Debug, and some other organizations. We all had a half an hour. I gave you a letter that I sent to Mike Janako some time ago. Ultimately, the first time we appeared in front of the group that we appeared in front of is CCLM, Community Corrections Law Enforcement Monitoring. So CCLM makes a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, only a recommendation. 6 months ago, CCLM was unanimous in opposing tasers. It went back to the Board of Supervisors. The posture now on the tasers are they going to approve a proposed pilot project? And we've got the 5 Board of Supervisors there. It wasn't unanimous today, but because they needed 5 votes and there were only 6 people there were 4 in support of the pilot project. The personalities have changed and 2 against. So again, the former letter saying unanimously that the CCLM doesn't believe that Santa Clara County needs to spend $5 million in tasers. They want to arm all the deputies in the jails, which would be absolutely crazy, tasering people that already have a constellation of deficits. And then they want to also have tasers for those areas that the sheriff's department patrols, high crime areas like Los Altos Hills and Saratoga and that sort of stuff, a real good expenditure of money. In any event, I tried to, it's year 20 now that the Coalition for Justice and Accounting, myself, been trying to fight tasers here in Palo Alto. Now the only agency left in Santa Clara County that has never had tasers, and there's 1,500 deputies. So we're talking about, a couple of $1,000s per deputy. I mean, the expenditure is just extraordinary. And the statistics are very clear. If the instructions that are put out by Axum, the manufacturer, are followed to the letter in training, they're almost never used. It's when they're not followed that the problems are. Now, we have documented in our materials, it's a full binder, that 12 out of the last 15 people that have had multi-million-dollar settlements have been African Americans across this country, including a $100 million settlement for a man who's paralyzed for the rest of his life and needs care. Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Natalie N.
Good evening again. My name is Natalie Neufeld, and I'm a graduate student at Stanford University studying political communication. I'm in the middle of a project right now on local politics that involves the Palo Alto City Council. I'm conducting ethnographic research at these council meetings, which I cleared with the city clerk's office in an email exchange in February and with Stanford's Institutional Review Board in April. Since then, I have been observing the regular city council meetings virtually and taking written notes. I will continue observing meetings until November, both in person and virtually. If anyone has any questions or concerns about my project, I'm happy to hand out my business cards and follow up with you about it. Also, as part of my research, I would like to interview people who come to these meetings about their experiences. So if anyone in attendance here is willing to give me about an hour of their time, some other time, not tonight, to be interviewed, please give me your contact information or come pick up a business card from me. I'll be in the back for the duration of the meeting. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Avro S.
Good evening, Council. My name is Agro Shah, and I am a sophomore at Pali. I'm here today to talk about the issue that is of the proposed alternatives of expansion in the Palo Alto Airport, some of which do impede on the Palo Alto Baylands. A couple of weeks ago, I went with Diane McCoy, who you just heard from, with a walkthrough in the Baylands near the Duck Pond area. And during that walkthrough, I saw a lot of birds, a lot of marshlands that I'd never seen before, because I don't really venture out into that area. But when I saw that, I was really warmed by it. And, while my photos of it aren't as good, the experience that I saw is something that I'll definitely remember for a very long time. And in that memory, what I've learned from that is, no matter how much people say, oh, we need this airport expansion because it'll allow us to have bigger, louder airplanes, and maybe it'll bring more people to Palo Alto. What we can't forfeit is that small chunk of the Baylands that is left. This is a Baylands that we've destroyed 98% of. This is a Baylands that has been devastated, but we've done a great job of preserving, and I encourage that we continue to preserve it. Recently, I started a petition which has now gathered over 1,200 signatures online, many of which are from Palo Alto residents. When we eventually present this petition, I hope that this sends a message to all of you that people do care about the Baylands, people want to see the Baylands, and people don't want to see an unnecessary or expansion. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maura O.
Good evening, Mayor Stone, Vice Mayor Lowing, City Council members, staff, and community. I'm the Executive Director of Youth Community Service. My name is Maura Oman. I'm also a resident of Palo Alto. This summer, YCS was thrilled to welcome 45 participants in our Summer of Service program, joining over 3 decades of youth who have fallen in love with service because of inspiring opportunities that our community partners and supporters have provided. Thank you for your support. I'm here today to express my deep gratitude to Chantel Gaines, Christine Pryor, Ingrid Vasquez, and Mahia for their partnership to organize a welcoming and enjoyable insider's tour of Palo Alto City Hall on July 1st, 2024. The day was kicked off by City Manager Ed Shidaka, so thank you for that, who shared a bird's eye view of the history of Palo Alto and an introduction to the city priorities and inner workings. We were later joined by Katie Causey, Human Relations Commissioner, so thank you to the Human Relations Committee, and she shared her story of civic engagement as a teenager in Palo Alto. The students were then treated to an engaging and inspiring talk by City Council member Julie Litcott-Haynes. Thank you so much. The day concluded with lots of fun swag and interesting talks by department leaders who shared their journey to public service. Ending with Director of Community Services, Christine O'Kane, sharing ways that students can be involved in city governance. A huge thank you to everyone who helped make this a fun, engaging day. As one of the students expressed, thank you for showing us the great opportunities in local government. And I have a little bit of time, so I also wanted to share the sad news that one of our community leaders, Mama Dee, passed away last week. She was well loved in the community and did a lot to support the partnership, especially between youth in Palo Alto and East Palo Alto. And there are a number of services this week. I've brought the announcement for it, which I've left in the back, if you'd like to join her family in celebrating her life. So she did for the last, since the 1970s, 1980s, she's been a huge proponent of youth, and we will miss her dearly. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
All right, thank you. Council member questions, comments, and announcements? Councilmember Koo?
Thank you, Mayor Stone. Just to continue what Ms. Oman had talked about, losing Mamadi, she was actually a founder of what we know today in East Palo Alto as the Anamatangi Polynesian Voices. And like Maura had said, that it serves families in East Palo Alto, Peninsula Valley, and the wider San Mateo County. She was quite a force. And so her celebration of life actually is a few days. It's Tuesday, August 20th. There's also another service on Wednesday, August 21st. And then the family viewing and funeral services on Thursday, August 22. And then another one on August 23. Which is a family service and the final service. So there's a few that we can, if we can't make certain days, there are multiple days. So again, my condolences to the family. Thank you.
Councilmember Baker.
Thank you. First, I just want to, Maura was up here and thanked everybody, but I want to thank Maura for all that you do to coordinate the youth throughout the year, but particularly the summer program. So thank you, and to our staff for supporting the day here. I just wanted to mention that on Friday evening, I decided that I would ride my bike with my husband down to just take a look at Project Home Key. Our supplemental, our transitional housing project down in San Antonio Road, because I was just curious what was going on. And I have to say, because that's one of the things I'm just so proud of the city for doing, and I'm so grateful to the people who got the ball rolling before I was on this dais. And I will say that it was a Friday night, you know, well, I don't know, 6 or 7 o'clock, and they were out there working. And a lot of the people who were working were from Mountain View because of the interconnection of utilities that they're working with us on. And it was just heartening to see the inter-city cooperation, the fact that they are working hard and progress is being made. And I don't know if the city manager can address this during his comments, but I am curious. I understand there is a delay on the units, and just a quick update on that might be helpful. But generally, I was pleased to see the work going on in the inter-city cooperation.
Councilmember Burt.
Just 2 updates. One is that the Valley Transportation Authority has awarded a $1 million funding to begin the process of design of our, or redesign of our intermodal transit center at University Avenue. I anticipate this will be a multi-year process involving community engagement as well as, frankly, scoping of how broad this redesign effort will be. So we are just coming up to the plate. We aren't even at first base on this. And then I also wanted to just share that the Bay Conservation and Development Commission has begun the process of an amendment to the Bay Adapt Plan. They'll be reaching out to all the cities and other jurisdictions around the Bay, and that's the plan to develop a comprehensive response to sea level rise. So we'll be contact on that. The San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority and Valley Water will also all be partnering on that. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other lights, we'll move on to our study sessions. We have 2 study sessions. As a reminder, we're only taking in-person public comment for both the study sessions. So our first study session, item 1, a report from the Human Relations Commission regarding the research on the lived experience of Asian American, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. So welcome to our HRC representatives.
One moment while staff is in transition. I just have a quick announcement for our members of the public. We do have translation services available for both of our study sessions, item 1 and 2. You can find more information by scanning the QR code on the screen, or if you are in person, You can find more information here from me at the clerk's table or in the back of the room. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having us here. My name is Adriana Eberly. I am the chair of the Human Relations Commission, and I have Mary Kate Stimler with me, who is one of our commissioners. The HRC has a history of reporting on the lived experience of underrepresented groups to the City Council. In January of 2021, the HRC presented a report to Council titled Black and Brown Lives, History and Current Experience. In January of 2022, the HRC presented their report on 100 community conversations on race and the lived experience in Palo Alto. On February 8, 2022, the Policy and Services Committee passed a motion to request the Human Relations Commission research the lived experience of Asian American and Pacific Islanders and suggest related work plan items as desired. On September 21, 2022, FBI members met with representatives of the HRC and city staff to share recent hate crime statistics. After the council's referral, the HRC started working. The referral by City Council and the resulting report on the lived experiences of Palo Alto's Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander, AANHPI, residents was motivated by two factors. First, there is a large and growing population of AANHPI residents in Palo Alto. According to the US Census, 34.8% of Palo Alto's population is Asian, which has been increasing steadily over the past decade. There is significant diversity within the Asian population, with the top 5 ethnicities being Chinese, 20.3%, Indian, 6.4%, Korean, 3.1%, Japanese, 1.5%, and Filipino, 1%. Second, during the pandemic, anti-Asian hate crimes increased significantly across the country. In March 2023, the FBI released a supplemental hate crime statistics report that showed the number of anti-Asian reported incidents increased 167% from 279 in 2020 to 746 in 2021. This is a methodology that we use. The HRC Inclusion and Belonging Ad Hoc Subcommittee used the following sources to understand the lived experiences of AANHPI residents better. We did a survey in the spring of 2023. The commission created it to understand these lived experiences and distributed it across the community through community leaders, cultural centers, school forums and groups, and in-person canvassing. 100 responses were received, including 6 translated from Chinese. We also had listening session / public comment. The HRC held a listening session on October 12, 2023. We also consulted the Palo Alto Community Survey. The survey results were analyzed to compare them with those of the HRC's own survey. The survey had 190 responses from Asian, Indian, and Pacific Islander residents. American Community Survey data from the US Census Bureau was also consulted and analyzed to supplement this analysis. Now I'm going to turn it over to Mary Kate, our data expert and commissioner.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Adriana, and thank you, Council, for having us here today. And huge thank you to the 100 Palo Alto residents who took the time to share this feedback with us, and to the many community organizations, including the Avenidas Chinese Cultural Center, who I saw here in the audience today. So thank you for getting the word out about these efforts and making sure the survey got answered by some of our residents, and by making sure that folks showed up to our listening session as well. This has been a massive community effort, as you can tell. I will do my best to represent the many voices we heard from. Just quickly to establish us in terms of the overall demographics, we did draw some context from the US Census, which tells us that about 35% of Palo Alto is Asian. And the majority of those Asian residents are of Chinese heritage. About 21% of all Palo Alto residents are. Sure. Oh, I just realized. Okay, yeah. Oh, sorry. Could you hit slide 4? Just go back a little bit. Yep. On the next slide, you will see that the Asian residents of Palo Alto is a growing population. The population has grown from about 26.5% in around 2021 to about 35% today, as I already noted. Yeah, sorry, just hang on one second. Sorry. Next slide, and then next slide. Great. So in the survey that was run by the HRC, we asked the participants, what should we know about your experience as an AANHPI individual in Palo Alto? And there were 5 key themes. The first was appreciation and gratitude for living in Palo Alto. The second was a need for greater visibility and civic representation for AANHPI cultures. The third was experiences of racism and discrimination, recent and past. The fourth was a need for greater recognition of diversity within AANHPI cultures. And finally, cultural tensions within the school district. Next slide. Thank you. Okay, great. So diving into what we heard through our survey, the most common theme, wonderfully, was an expression of gratitude for how the general sense of living in Palo Alto. We heard from 27 out of the 81 respondents who left comments that they enjoy living in Palo Alto. They felt comfortable in our community. They said it was great. They enjoy being part of the community, and they feel a sense of inclusion. And this was not a one-off data point. When we looked at our Palo Alto community survey, we also saw really high levels of appreciation for the city. 93% of Asian respondents. Oh, sorry, next slide. 93% of Asian respondents would recommend Palo Alto as a place to live, and 85% of respondents would recommend living in Palo Alto to someone who asked. So very high ratings of an overall appreciation for our city. So that was great to see. But the next few themes were less positive. The first of those themes, next slide, please. Sorry, next slide. Sorry, did we mess up? Actually, could you go up one more? Back one, sorry, thank you. So the next theme was that Asian respondents requested a greater visibility for Asian cultures within our city and greater representation of AANHPI cultures. This included just a request for greater representation within our government, more community resources, especially within our libraries, more cultural representation within community events, and greater representation within school staff and resources. Comments in this around these themes included that we need more local leaders to represent our community. We do not have enough representation in our government, and it would be nice to see representation in different places of city government and the schools. The third theme we heard was, this theme was also seen in our community survey, where we saw that when we asked Asian respondents around how they would rate various aspects of living in the city, they were actually much less likely than white respondents to give favorable ratings to our recreation programs, our special events, opportunities to attend cultural programs, and in adult education. So we really see that there was a convergence on this theme of greater need for representation within civic resources and events around Asian cultures, both in our HRC survey and in the Palo Alto community survey as well. The next slide, please. The HRC survey also showed that experiences of racism and discrimination are still happening here in Palo Alto, both recently and in the past. 14 of the 81 respondents who left comments said that they experienced some racist attitudes, both recently and in the past. And examples of these included statements such as, there's still some racial discrimination against Chinese people, racism against Asians is still a reality in Palo Alto, and there's a columnist for the Palo Alto Online News that has written things that are hurtful to African Americans, Asians, and other people of color. Those are some of the responses we heard around this theme of discrimination. Next slide, please. We also saw similarly that Although ratings of overall appreciation for the city were quite high in the Palo Alto Community Survey, we saw that unfortunately ratings around the inclusivity of our community were actually much lower for Asian respondents. So only about half of Asian respondents gave good or excellent ratings to the openness and acceptance of the community towards people of diverse backgrounds. Similarly, only 64% of respondents gave good or favorable ratings to valuing and respecting respondents from diverse backgrounds. And then similarly, when we're talking specifically about the city government, Asian respondents, only about 59% of Asian respondents said that the city government treats residents with respect. And only half of Asian respondents said that the city government treats all residents fairly. Next slide, please. The fourth theme we heard was a general request for greater recognition of the diversity within AANHPI cultures. Part of this, I think, is due to the way that we had framed up the survey, lumping together Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander cultures into one gigantic monolithic category, really created a bit of concern for respondents of our survey. One comment, for example, said that the term is offensive. It attempts to reduce the rich diversity of all the communities defined by the term as if they were a homogeneous group. And so I think moving forward, if we were to continue down this path, thinking about ways that we could address the specific subcultures within that large category, rather than lumping them all together. So for example, if we were to have more events, perhaps having events that are targeted towards subcultures rather than this is an Asian event, it would be Chinese New Year, or it would be Diwali, or some other subgroup that would more specifically meet the needs of a subgroup rather than lumping everything together as a homogeneous group. And then finally, the HRC survey included feedback on the cultural tensions within PAUSD. We did circulate the survey among school parents, and some of the school parents noted that they had heard some derogatory comments around parenting styles and STEM education in relation to Asian cultures. And then finally, in terms of next steps, the HRC is looking into a few different actions. Oh, sorry, slide, please. Oh, yeah, you got it. Thank you. One is thinking about how we can have more cultural events that will meet the needs and the specific interest of our AANHPI subcultures. How can we have more ways to increase representation and diversity within the city government? The commissions are an excellent place to start there. And then thinking finally through how we can change and improve the cultural diversity of cultural resources, for example, in our libraries. And then finally investigating what kind of multilingual wayfaring would be most helpful for Palo Alto residents. And with that, I will break for questions.
Okay. Any questions from council members? I have one while I'm waiting for others. Does the HRC have thoughts on how to be able to improve greater visibility and civic representation within the AANHPI group in local government? I know when I was on the HRC, and I'm sure Minka remembers, that was a similar issue that came up. We had a commissioner that was working on that very issue, and I think kind of struggled to find ways to be able to do that. So I'm curious if the HRC has had an opportunity to discuss this more at this point, or if there were any plans moving forward.
Great question. And I think it's something that we'll just need to keep considering as we look at recruitment for commissions in the future. But I appreciate that it is a hard problem, and it is one that certainly is not news to anybody. I think it's one that we need to just keep thinking about and working on. Adriana?
Yeah, one more thing. I think it does fit into the city's equity action plan, and I don't know exactly what the city staff's plans are on bringing equity lens into recruiting people for commissions in city council. I'm hopeful that actually in this latest election, I'm wondering what the statistics are going to be as far as people from different backgrounds running for office. So maybe we are starting that change.
I would also say that I think the last two recruitments, I think Mahia could speak to that, the clerk could speak to that, is that we've seen a huge increase in the number of applicants that we have seen for boards and commissions. But I do agree with the chair and the commissioner that this is something that we know could nestle into the Equity Action Plan, and also that the HRC would, I think, be more than happy to continue to do thinking about this.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I'd be curious what thoughts you have on to be able to advance that. Councilmember Burt?
And is this only questions or questions and comments or what?
Is the presentation complete, or are you just taking a break for questions?
I think we've gone through the slides we're going to cover in the presentation, so this can be discussion and questions.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so questions and discussion.
Great. So thanks for the valuable really data and the qualitative comments that really give additional depth to it. As far as, are you familiar with the efforts that have been made on recruitment and diversity in the recruitment for boards and commissions?
I'm not familiar with the specifics of it. I know that that there has been more work done in that area.
And the HRC, are you familiar?
No, we haven't had staff come present us.
Oh, okay. Well, I think that would be very valuable because I know that this is something that has been actually a conscious and deliberate effort. It doesn't mean that we've gone far enough, but I think it's critical that if we're going to have recommendations that we do more, we understand where we are, and then we can look at where we need to go and can go beyond that.
One thing I would just say is that the recommendations are not necessarily ours. They're the ones that were presented within the survey. So these are things that are being seen by the Asian residents of Palo Alto. And so I think it will probably take some time for all of these efforts that are being made to be seen at that level. So it will probably be still a few years before those efforts that are being made now will be seen in survey results such as these.
Well, and even then, there's not necessarily a correlation between how people perceive things versus what the reality is. And what we simply need to do is look at those two things together and try to identify what shortages we still have and what else we can and should do. But I think it's critical that we actually have a fact-based foundation on where we are, where we were, where we are, and where we need to get to. And the city clerk has been active in that board and commission recruitment effort. And so I think that's a real valuable engagement. I also was struck by the importance of kind of a greater deliberate effort on cultural events, and those can include a variety of things. So when I first came on the council, a colleague of mine, Yahweh Ye, was elected, and one of his actually platforms that he did a great deal of work on in office was to deliberately do greater cultural engagement through not only events like you mentioned of Chinese New Year, Diwali, all those, but even things like we had cultural ping pong events and table tennis, excuse me. And what was really clear is that his initiatives and deliberate action elevated the importance of that. And frankly, since he's been off the council, there hasn't been kind of that leadership there. And it strikes me that the relationship between the Human Relations Commission and the Parks and Rec Commission would be a potential opportunity to really look at, well, what are the sorts of events that we could be doing, and make proposals to the council, which I think the council would be very receptive on. So I think those are a couple of thoughts. I thank you for the report. I think it's really constructive, but what we really need to do is then take this information and figure out how we will act on it. Thanks.
Councilman Ku.
Thank you. I want to thank the Human Relations Commission for doing this survey and putting together presentation, doing the listening sessions. Thank you very much for putting it all onto a report. I think it's a big job, and I appreciate it greatly. It's interesting to see the statistics, showing that there is over 30% Asians, but one of the largest group being Chinese, And when I think of my own culture and heritage, even within the Chinese community, there's so many differences, how they characterize each other, and just very many. So I can only imagine that that's also perhaps with the other nationalities, the people with Indian background, Pacific Islanders, as well as Native Hawaiians. So with that, there needs to be a little bit more delving into and not grouping everybody, each nationality into one. And I don't know how you're going to do that, because we are a community of Palo Alto has a lot of nationalities. And as a city council and government, how do we ensure that there is equity all amongst all the different nationalities? I do want to say that I do very much agree with that there is cultural differences in your report, but also that one of the things that we also want to make sure that we highlight some of the arts and other events that had taken place in Palo Alto, that I think, for the Chinese, there was a lot of contributions, and, like the cannery. I do really believe that is an inspiration for many of the younger youth who are aspiring to something, and it can also show them what is totally possible, right? And so I think some of these kind of highlights might be how to go about it. But also the other thing is, Councilmember Burt talked about former Mayor Ye, who brought out a lot of ping pong, but I still remember Councilmember Tanaka and I, when we first joined the council, one of the things that we were hearing a lot of for the Indian community was cricket. So I think some of those things might be areas to explore. The other thing is, badminton is another sport that I know a lot of Asians like. I want to say Chinese, but I think other nationalities like it too. Just going back to what, so where do we go with this now? Are we going to implement, the things that are mentioned here, the 5 points? Which ones would be top priority? What else can we find? So those are some of the questions that is left unanswered. Do you have any idea what is the next steps that you're going to take?
So first of all, I just wanted to remind the council that these are the recommendations from the feedback that we got from the survey and the listening sessions. So we are looking for council then to direct us on what this council, now that you've read the report, you've listened to the presentation, you have the feedback, what do you think our priorities should be? And then we can come back to the HRC and discuss it, and then, move from there.
Thank you for reminding us of that. And I appreciate that. And like I said earlier, we are a community that does have many different nationalities. And I think we also need to focus on some of that as well. We do have a high Chinese population. So I will ponder over that and then come back. Thank you.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes, thank you. I have several comments, but with the mayor's permission, I'd actually like to hear from public comment and reserve on that. I actually had a question I wanted to ask now, if I can come back and comment later. I'll say.
We're not doing, typically in study sessions, we do public comment at the end, so we won't be coming back after that, so,
All
but.
right. That's fine. Okay. Now, my question is, we talked about the 167% increase in 2021 in anti-Asian hate crimes. And that was a national statistic. Do we know what it was more locally? And do we have any idea what it is now, three years later?
Yeah, so unfortunately, those are the statistics that are available from the FBI. The HRC is doing a listening session and a learning session with the FBI on hate crimes in a couple of months.
Right. Actually, it's a community event.
Oh,
So
sorry,
they
community
will be
event.
hosting a community event with representatives from local, county and federal law enforcement to hear more about hate crimes, hate incidents, what to do. And the direction at that point is to get as much local information as we can in that session. Like I said, that will be open to the community in mid-October.
That's great. Yeah, I think that would be very helpful so that we knew what we are grappling with here as a municipality. And just appreciate the feedback and echo what Councilmember Koo said about the diversity within the AANHPI community. Our church benefits greatly from having a Tongan community worship with us in the same building and from time to time jointly. And I think that's a very different experience than a lot of other members of the AANHPI community. And so I'm glad that that's been identified and would support as a council member the diversity of culturally relevant events that were mentioned in the report. I would like to, and I did want to mention that I'm actually really touched and delighted by the feedback of appreciation and gratitude. That was unexpected. Just I didn't think about it in the context of this survey, and I have to say that was really delightful. At the same time, though, I'm really troubled and concerned about the feedback that only 59% feel that city government treats residents with respect. So I think we need to kind of hold both and figure out how to improve the latter. And I guess the last point I'd like to address is the greater visibility and representation, particularly in city government. These efforts are not things we can kind of do, check the box and call it done. It's something we have to constantly work on. It's something we have to constantly do. I mean, 1992 was the year of the woman, and then we got that done. Oh, whoops, we didn't. Whatever we're trying to do to promote those who are underrepresented needs to be a sustained effort. And so I'd like to see that. And, I like the conversation that we're having about boards and commission and recruitment. And I know we've had broader recruitment efforts recently. But I think it's, there's kind of the Rooney rule. It's then when people get on these boards and commissions, what's their experience there? Do they feel like their work is valued, their opinion is respected, that they are heard? So we need to, again, figure out how do we live into it more fully than just sending out a broad range of applications. For our council, I'm actually quite concerned because this year we have a good array of candidates, 9, I think, only 1 person of color. Our 2 Asian American council members are terming out. So I think we need to look in the mirror a little bit and say, why is that and what can we do? I had been involved in a group called WIRE to try to get more women into city government, and pretty quickly it did. It got it up to 50% throughout San Mateo and Santa Clara counties because WIRE stood for Women Identify, Recruit, Elect. And what we tried to do was really intentionally invite people to run, invite people to join us on the dais and join us in government. And I think we all need to think about doing that. And again, the experience they have once they get there. So that is something I think is partly on us, and I wanted to lift that up. I know I personally asked several people of color if they would run this year, and I struck out in every instance. So I'm really focused on this. I'm glad it's being lifted up. We're hearing it now back from the community, and I think it's something we all need to take very seriously. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Thanks very much. First of all, a statement as well of just the scope of the work that you've already done. And it was so necessary in our community to do that. So, multiple salutes from all 7 of us up here. And it's really lovely to have valid surveys by an expert as you are in doing that. So that's really good. And your emphasis on making sure we understand that that's the response, which is what you're going for in a survey, not your perspective. It's the response. I don't usually write hearts in my notes, but what you said tonight was this was a massive community effort, and that deserved a heart because that means that you productively and proactively already created community around that. And the fact that you got so many participants is literally heartwarming because we can listen to a lot of people, not just isolated folks that have a particular perspective in the context of your survey as well. So that's just awesome. I encourage you as you start to go forward, as Councilmember Burt noted, let's get the data on the recruitment. I think Mahia has done a fantastic job in the last two times we did this to get the word out to everybody, and we've gotten a lot of Asian applicants and have made appointments in that regard. I don't know what the numbers are, the statistics, and I'm not too worried about the statistics. I'm worried if we're not getting enough people to apply. And so that's just making the opportunity known. And certainly, as Councilmember Vickers said, having the experience be satisfactory for those commissioners so that they want to re-up themselves and tell others that they should come aboard. But that's the next step. And the only other thing I want to point out is that when people ask for their own events, as in this case, those are fun for everybody else in the city. So it's not just, well, we need to cater to this group who wants this. Through Avenidas, where I'm the liaison, I've gotten involved in the last 2.5 years now, on a lot of Chinese American stuff that's just really fun. I mean, dances and foods and just a lot of happy people. Love going to those meetings. So I'm not Asian, right? I love it. I love that. So it's really important for all of us to understand that this is not just to sort of make some group feel a little bit better, which some people might say. It's really for the community at large. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start by saying I'm lucky among the 7 of us, I got assigned to be the HRC Council Liaison. And so I get to attend your very thoughtful meetings led by Ms. Eberly with colleagues, including Ms. Stimler, staffed so ably by Ms. van der Swag. And on a monthly basis, I observe you reckoning with the tough issues that I think really get to the conscience and character of our city. Some of the other boards and commissions are dealing with things that we can specifically identify as policy that might lead to an ordinance, and your work is much more esoteric, and I applaud it. I noted on slide 11, I think it was, one of the comments below the set that you read, Mary Kay, spoke to somebody that said they felt like the help. And I found that so poignant because being made to feel like the help, being treated as the help, speaks to the subtle ways that unbelonging can be felt by those of us whom others just don't see as equals. Many of us in the room know what that feels like, and most, if not all of us, I'd wager, want to strive for Palo Alto to be a city where nobody feels like a second or third class citizen. And I think that's what the piece of our belonging city council priority really speaks to. And I'm proud of the city for naming that. While we're discussing this elusive yet vital idea of belonging, I want to give a shout out to our city clerk. She did something a few moments ago to create a sense of belonging. She did it by promoting this fabulous new AI translation technology that we've got. And she did it with a slide that described the opportunity in 4 or 5 of the most common languages spoken in our city. That effort on the part of the city clerk says to everybody who speaks those languages, for whom that is their first language or their only language, that effort says, I see you, you matter. Creating belonging is subtle, but when it's done, it is deeply felt. I appreciate the evidence from the community through the survey that says Asian is not a monolith, y'all, right? They weren't saying that to you. They're saying, why did you use, Asian doesn't apply to all of us. AANHPI is a governmental convenience. It is not a reflection of a common lived experience in many ways. We know as Americans that racial classification in our country was primarily a way to define and protect whiteness. A person who is grouped into the AANHPI, it does not roll off my tongue. It does not roll off many tongues because it is a fiction. One who is grouped into this category may actually have less in common with other members of that category and more in common with those with whom they share skin color, class, or other lived experiences. And you know that. So the direction I would give if we were to come to that would be to say, let's take the community's cue and that of the HRC and stop saying AANHPI and be willing to disaggregate Chinese from Indian, from Japanese, from Korean, from Vietnamese, from Native Hawaiian, from Pacific Islander and others, and be curious about those specific experiences because they are quite different. And I think we will continue to advance our progress on inculcating belonging in all by being curious about those differences. So I applaud you. I thank you. I know it was hard. I know you had to really get out there and work to get those survey responses in. You did a fabulous job and you've enlightened many of us, and I'm grateful. And again, proud to be your council liaison.
Yeah, I want to add thanks. I know this is challenging work, having worked on similar issues when I was on the HRC, and excited to kind of see the work that you'll be able to bring back as far as how do we advance diversity within our boards, commissions, council, staff. One area I might suggest kind of looking into is I know various police departments around the country have done a really good job over the last several years of trying to increase the diversity of their police departments, and they've been using a variety of different strategies to be able to do that. Some departments have found a lot of success in doing so. I wonder if there are kind of models there that we can use to be able to try to increase diversity within this group, within our own kind of, again, city civic representation, et cetera. So I know it's different, but maybe there's some parallels that we can draw inspiration from there. And I also want to second what the vice mayor was saying. And also he did actually draw hearts. I looked over, so fact checking, accurate. Yeah, it's there. But I completely agree. I mean, I think these type of community events, one, I think we need more community events in general, but two, kind of community events around this type of celebrating diversity is really meaningful. I love, for example, the Chinese New Year celebrations that we have every year is one of some of my favorite celebrations to go to, and it's not just members of the Chinese American community there. It's a very diverse group because people just enjoy coming out to those. Every year in my classroom, I always start with a celebrate diversity project, and I have the students kind of research and present on their own individual backgrounds and really celebrate the melting pot. That's our classrooms here in the Bay Area. And the students just love so much learning from one another, tasting each other's food and drinks, and kind of celebrating their cultures. I think it's just a great way to be able to provide that unity within a classroom. I think we can do the same thing here in Palo Alto. And so kind of encouraging as well. I know generally it hasn't been kind of the HRC's role necessarily in doing big kind of city-sponsored community events, but I think it could be a great area for the HRC to be engaged. And I know staff has been looking into that as well as far as expanding community events. So happy to be able to support in any way that that I or the council can in those ways. Okay.
Thank you. Just a plug for Carnival. Since I am from Brazil, I think it's a great idea for the city to have a little Carnival celebration every year now.
Oh, I support that. It sounds like a lot of fun. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I also want to just thank you guys for all your work. Seems like you got a lot of great feedback, so that's great. Appreciate what you did here. I actually was going to ask the same question my colleague asked, which was if we had more details of the breakdown of hate crimes against Asian Americans, because I remember asking about it. It's been a few years ago. And I thought the police chief said that they was going to track it. So I'm surprised that you guys asked it now and the police chief said it's not available.
No, I didn't say that specifically, but that's not a part of this report. This was more just listening to the community members and getting the data points from the American Community Service and the community survey.
Oh, okay.
But we will certainly have that by the time we have that session in October.
Okay, that would be great because you had it for nationally, but I, like my other fellow council member said, I think having it locally as well would be really good. Would this also include like the breakdown of ethnicity among employees as well?
Can you repeat your question, Councilmember?
Will this include the breakdown of ethnicity by employees, city employees as well?
I think I would ask the city manager to respond.
Sure. If you're referring to the work that the HRC did, I believe it was outside of the scope of their effort. But that said, we do provide demographic information on our website of city employees.
Okay.
And by the way, since I've got the mic, we similarly provided similar demographic information for the current boards and commission members as a part of your annual recruitment effort. So again, to provide that context as decisions are being made on new recruitments.
And do you happen to remember what percentage of city employees are Asian American?
I do not.
Okay. But you said it's on the website? Oh, do you have it?
Hello.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Chantel Cotton Gaines, Deputy City Manager. I'm just adding on to what City Manager Shikata mentioned. In our assignments we have from City Council from 2020, one of them is related to the city employee demographics. And as we referenced last week, I think at Policy and Services Committee, that is one that we are working on completing by the end of this year.
Okay.
So when it is available on the website, it'll be on the HR page and we will share that link with the City Council. To City Manager Shikata's point as well, this year we share the demographic information on board and commission members, and that's an annual anonymous survey that we do each year for commissioners. The idea is, as you mentioned, in order to provide that baseline information so that the council can know how those demographics are shifting over time. The decision made by the council this year in April was that we will use that information as part of the recruitment process. So you know that information before you're doing the interviews for new commissioners. So we'll continue to do that. We'll have that survey again for you before the recruitment processes in 2025 as well.
Okay, great. Yeah, actually, because I was looking at the website, I couldn't find it. So thank you for letting me know about that.
Not a problem.
And then hold on. Can you remind me, so what percentage of the boards and commission members were Asian American? And I think the population of Palo Alto is about 35%. So I don't know if you could, if you have that handy.
We do. This information for the public is available in your agenda packet for the April 1st, 2024 meeting. So just want to let folks know where to find it. We can also link to it on the race and equity page, but it is, I just need to slide to that page.
I have that information in front of me. It's 22% in the current year relative to the general population in Palo Alto, which is just under 35%.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it's about 2/3 basically what you're saying of what the percentage of what the general population is here in Palo Alto. So it's 22 versus 35%. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for that information.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so one thought I had, and it really goes back to us as council members. One thought I had, and I suggested it before, but the way we appoint board and commission members is by majority vote. And in general, that's how things should happen. Is we should do it by majority vote. But I wonder for our boards and commission whether it might be better because we actually want our boards and commission members to have discussion, have diverse opinions. So rather than doing by majority vote, maybe each council member should appoint a board member, and that way even minority voices can be heard on boards and commissions. Because right now, because of the fact that it's majority vote, a lot of minority viewpoints don't get heard. And so, anyways, that's just a suggestion. I made it before, but it's just maybe a tool that could improve things in the future.
Well, wasn't planning on going to a second round, but I have a couple more lights, so maybe keep your comments a little shorter so we can get over to public comment. But we'll take a second round. Councilmember Koo.
So I was just kind of thinking, thank you, Mayor Stone. I was just kind of thinking of some of the things that can be done in or short term. One year I remember the librarians getting a gift from the Korean consulate, a lot of books for the library in Korean, and that may be a way to go in reaching out to some of the consulates and see what we can, what they would like to share to promote that nationality as well as to enhance that nationality's resources. The other thing is, I was kind of wondering if there is consideration of partnership with public arts to have different sections of the city to display temporary art of historical persons or events just before the month that is celebrating that. And during that month as well, when they're celebrating the nations, as well as persons or dedicated groups. Other thing is, for example, we have the Buddhist temple here in Palo Alto where a lot of Japanese go and attend events at. Perhaps that's their event. I realize that, but perhaps we can engage with them and help market it to residents here in Palo Alto. And I think that's a discussion that has to be done with the Buddhist temple because they might not want the whole world. I mean, you have to discuss that, but definitely help find out what ways we can help to broaden that nationality. I do believe we need to kind of separate out the different ethnic nationalities and visit that a little bit further. And then with regards to diversity in the city within council and commission and boards and all that, I think there is the need to also evaluate experience. So I do think that there needs to be some knowledge, a lot of knowledge about the city, what kind of commitments or volunteer efforts have been put in to get to know the community and represent the existing residents and the city itself. So taking experience into consideration is another part. With regard to some of our departments, I do think that there needs to be to talk to people from the front line rather than the management, because there's actually a lot more information that you can get because they're boots on the ground working with each other in teams. So I do believe that we need to have a little bit more information from people who are working in patrol or actually out there in the ambulances and so forth, rather than from the directors. Lastly, question about the HRC survey include feedback on cultural tension at Palo Alto Unified School District. So what are the efforts there? Or is this again council instruction?
That one was a tough one because they have their own board.
Correct.
So we didn't feel like we put the results on our survey, but I think maybe the city can talk to the Board of Education about that.
So I guess that's maybe something for the city schools committee for, I don't know, for their agenda to bring the topic up about concerns. And obviously, you know, for the youth, if they're experiencing that, there needs to be, we need to address that so that they're not feeling that tension. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So just a few follow-ups to some of the thoughts of my colleagues. So first, when Councilmember Koo had talked about public art, that prompted recollection. As you probably know, we have the former Fry's Cannery site that was founded by Thomas Foon Chu, who was a very renowned Chinese-American industrialist. And we now have a designation of 2 acres for future parkland. One of the things I had suggested when we were going forward with initial discussions on that was the possibility of a Asian art theme within that park. Initially, our city staff had said that that was not within the authority of the council to guide a theme on that, but we got subsequent clarification that in fact it is, and that I think that's a great opportunity that could be a collaboration between the HRC and the Public Arts Commission, and other opportunities in art in our community. And also within that preservation of that site, the Historic Resources Board was very interested and engaged with that. And so I'm realizing that, and this is one of the things that we've talked about, is what's the intersection of our different boards and commissions, and where do they have collaboration that they can work on together? So maybe, you know, joint meetings can happen, but also you could establish liaisons between the different commissions so that you, at least on occasions, have the ability to really talk to each other about common themes. And then I did want to follow up because Councilmember Tanaka, I think, is correct that I believe that we have our own city data on hate crimes, as well as I believe the county does. And it is most likely more contemporary than the national data, more relevant and more contemporary. So as a follow-up, as you go in your next steps, I think that would be really valuable to understand that, because it's important that we look at that, look at where we are in trends, and what any actions that we may want to consider as a result. And then on the board and commission appointments, we have the percentage where we are now, but that doesn't actually reflect the appointments in recent years as a result of the deliberate recruitment and proactive measures. So I'd be particularly interested in what percentage of recent appointees in the last 3 or 4 years represent the diversity of our community, because that tells us where we are going forward, and gives us an indication of whether we're on the right path or we aren't far enough in that direction. And then lastly, I think the idea on engaging with PAUSD, we have the City School Liaison Committee, and I just want to affirm that I think we would like to agendize that discussion with our counterparts, and maybe have joint reports that allow us to initially share information, and then perhaps look at collaboration on where we need to go forward and identify gaps, and how to fill them. Thank you.
Okay. Well, it was a good discussion. Seeing no more lights, we'll then, unless the HRC, any of the representatives had any follow-up before we go to public comment?
No, we are just thankful to be here and thank you for letting us report on the results.
And we're grateful that you're here and for the work that you're doing, so thank you. Then we'll do public comment on this item. And again, reminder, public comment is only for in-person only. How many public speakers do we have signed up, Madam Clerk?
For item 1, we have 3 requests to speak.
Okay. I'll do 3 minutes each.
Our first speaker is Avram F.
Avram Finkelstein again. So my boys and their mom lived at the Montage Apartments during the 2019 timeframe. They've moved in 2020. Both of my boys and my wife's son are African Americans. My wife's son and my older son, Sean, is about 6'4". He looks like he plays for the Raiders. Present as very African American. My son, Louis, very light skinned, might be of any race, but he's African American and fiercely proud of that. So in about 2019, and I raised this with Coloma Smith, I've taken my son Louis over to the ballpark. He's car free. I come back, and fortunately, my older son had gone out the front door. He wasn't there, but I pull up in the parking lot, and there's 2 police officers from the Palo Alto Police Department and a Chinese woman who lives in the complex. She had reported seeing a black man go in to the apartment complex. The police responded. I pulled up, and they go, what's the deal here, sir? I go, my name is on the lease, and my sons live here. And they said, well, she's reported a black man going to the apartment complex. I go, yeah, you're fucking right. That's my sons, okay? So Jamil and Sean have had extraordinarily bad experiences with the Palo Alto Police Department. I explained that I'm not pleased to see the cops there, and if my older son, like I said, the one that presents as the Raiders, had been there.
Mr. James, can you, is this
Excuse me,
related
can I
to the
finish?
AANHPI
I understand,
experience?
and what I'm trying to say.
Okay, if you can get to the
let,
point.
Let me tie it together for you, Mr. Mayor. If you give me my time, I will. I'm saying that the Asian Chinese population, according to police, is profiling African Americans at that time frame in the town. Does that tie it together for you, Mr. Mayor, well enough? Or do you want to stop me again, damn it? You like to do that, don't you? You're supposed to be a lawyer like I am and understand the First Amendment. Do you want to stop me again, or can I finish? Excuse me, you going to answer me? Okay, with your pompous ass smile up there, Mr. Mayor. You like to interrupt me, don't you? You don't want me to have my free speech. You're fucked up. So in any event, that's problematic for me. Secondly, I was very, my boys see Chinese Americans, profiling them, and also walking across the street, going to the opposite side of the street. And finally, do you want to give me about 30 seconds more? No, fuck you, man. You know, you're just a real pain in the ass, a little pompous motherfucker.
Our next speaker is Raymond G. Raymond G. Our next speaker is Andrew C.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here. I'm Andrew Chang. I am speaking with many heads, but one of which is a grandfather and a father. So both of my daughters grew up in the Palo Alto school system, and so are my grandkids, and the oldest grandkids has already gone through first year college. Anyway, I look at this report, and I really have to compliment the HRC group to putting this together. Very nice. Now, with all the nice things over, the problem is this. I ask myself, is the city council really serious about this? Because the report has been postponed twice already. This is the third time. And as a public, I look at this and say that you must not be very, you must not put this on a high priority. Okay. And then I hear all the comments, which are also very good from various different council members and so on. And I must say that I'm pretty touched and moved that you all have very good intentions. But what I haven't heard is that what are the action items? Who's responsible to do what? And next, okay, are we going to, is another year going to go by and nothing gets done? So that would be my big concern here. Then there are, I mean, if I may add, there are a few other things that I look at this and I've been a community volunteer. I've been volunteering at Avenidas since very late 2018. And then I got pulled into doing more and more things. And I found I become a volunteer teacher. I'm teaching several courses, including a learning Chinese culture in America, as well as some exercise classes. And I have to say that all these classes are attended by not just Chinese Americans or Chinese immigrants, but by whites. We're totally non-exclusive. Everybody can join, and some of them really enjoy the activities. And in fact, I would say at least 30% of the participants in the classes are non-Chinese. Right? So now, one more thing about. Yeah, but remember, your survey showed that there's 20% Chinese Americans here, right? So we could reach out to a lot more people, but we are space limited in Avenidas, and we cannot hold any activity more than 50 people, and that is we have to go to 450 Bryan in order to do that. And parking is an issue because we all like to have for people to use public parking. But the reality is that, I mean, public transportation, but the reality is that people's habits don't change, and it's going to be a long time before they will give up their cars to be able to get there.
Your time is up.
Okay. All right. Thank you. My time is up. I can go on for a lot longer. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Uzma.
Hi, thank you, HRC, for putting out this report on, sorry, I don't think I know the acronym, AANHPI experience in our community. I'm actually a very proud Asian American Muslim woman, and being Asian, South Asian is very much a part of my identity. And I recently got engaged with the Asian Law Caucus, and their executive director is actually Indian. And they're an amazing organization, like really, really excellent organization. And at work, I do allyship work with our Asian Google network. And we work together with the Muslim Google network regularly on how we can have more intersectional events, because we all come from the belief that we're all connected, right? I mean, you can't divide so much. And Muslims are 2 billion people. Our footprint should be everywhere. So it should be in this survey. It should be in surveys with Mexican Americans, Black Americans. I mean, we're literally everywhere. Like, we're 2 billion people and growing very, very fast. So yeah, that's an education issue. And I, would love to work with Council and HRC on making sure that we get the full representation. And the new executive director of Asian Law Caucus has actually taken that organization from being less East Asian to more olive Asian. And yeah, we can talk a bit about that, but of course that doesn't come without some level of controversy. But I think these discussions are important to have. Vicky, you had mentioned talking about the 2 Asian Americans that are going to be terming out and how to increase representation. Well, the commissions are actually appointed by the council. So when there's an opportunity to appoint diversity to the commission, that matters too, right? The HRC's sole mission is to make sure everyone feels included. So you have to ask yourself, why is there so little to zero diversity in the HRC? And when you have the opportunity to create more diversity, why do you not do it? So it definitely seems like that you all are trying to say the right things, but where are your actions, right? You have immense control over who gets appointed to commissions, and you say things that are sometimes contradictory to the actions that you take. Part of combating Islamophobia is actually showing how diverse the Asian American community is. Countries like Malaysia and Indonesia that are having some really great initiatives that are both Asian and Islamic, and I think that can go a long way in breaking down a lot of barriers and just humanizing everyone. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on study session item 1.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, everyone. We'll move on now to item number 2, which is a report from the Human Relations Commission resulting from the voices of our community, listening sessions on local experiences of Islamophobia / anti-Arab hate and anti-Semitism. We'll give it back over to the HRC for your presentation. I'll give you a second to turn over.
Even though I'm tall, I was feeling a little underwhelmed in the side chair there. So Minka Vanderswag, Human Services Manager, thank you so much for hearing yet another item from the HRC. We're really excited to be here. So thank you, Madam Clerk, for having the PowerPoint back up. I'll just get us started and then turn it over to Chair Everly, or were you going to do a little bit of background first, Chair?
I'm going to do a little bit of background.
Sounds great.
Okay. So in the fall of 2023, then Chair Smith and I started hearing from our local Muslim, Arab, Palestinian, and Jewish Israeli community members regarding their local experiences of rising Islamophobia, anti-Arab hate, and anti-Semitism. After much thought and deliberation, we decided to conduct a series of listening sessions at our meetings. I would say that overall, the listening sessions were well received and our community members felt heard. We had the following listening sessions. On December 6, 2023, we had Voices of Our Community, Local Muslim and Arab Experiences in the Face of Rising Islamophobia and Anti-Arab Hate. On January 11th, 2024, we had another listening session, Voices of Our Community, Local Jewish Experiences in the Face of Rising Anti-Semitism. We also received several documents, sources, and reports that we considered when we met in our respective ad hoc subcommittees. And these were ad hoc subcommittees that we had already divided, and those were inclusion and belonging and public safety. So they seemed to be a natural fit. So this is the background in which we decided to tackle this issue.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll just continue with the PowerPoint that you see before us. Next slide. So the purpose of bringing this to you tonight is so that you receive the report and that you provide us with any feedback that you have from what you see in the report and what you heard in the community. Next slide. Turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you. The main takeaways from their listening sessions were the experiences that the community members had. And those experiences were moving, appalling, and sad. Some of them were fear to identify with their culture, religion, or heritage, especially out in town. Harassment experienced by local students based on their religion or heritage. Hate incidences. Feeling unsafe at one's place of worship, feeling unsupported by the community, and seeing symbols of hate around the community in the form of graffiti. And I would say that all of the community members voiced these concerns. Next slide. So based on our listening sessions, the ad hoc subcommittees met and came up with some recommendations. Now, council decided to make this a study session. This was not our ask. I just want to make sure that the community members understand that. But these are the recommendations that after much thought, we came up with. And then staff is going to go over the staff response as to the HRC recommendations. So first one is ensure that training on increasing religious tolerance and decreasing discrimination based on ethnicity and nationality is included as part of the city's diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And this training is for city employees, boards, and commissions. Mika, do you want me to go through all the recommendations first?
Please.
Thank you. Second, increase messaging of efforts by the city on equity and inclusion and the implementation of a social media campaign on the Palo Alto Way. I want to say that this came up in our listening sessions over and over. People missing, people grieving the loss of the Palo Alto Way, people that had moved here thinking that they were in a very inclusive, respectful community, and then feeling that that was not the case. So this is not something we came up with as a commission. This is something that we heard from the community members, the Palo Alto Way. So we thought it would be a great idea to try to resurrect that feeling, hopefully with a campaign and highlighting the city's equity mission statement. Third, ensure that the council calendar includes the major holidays of the faith communities representing Palo Alto. Next slide. We would like the city to review the legality of co-sponsoring religious holiday celebrations. And we have not heard feedback on this. We have some concerns, and some concerns were voiced by community members on the separation of church and state. So we would like the city to look into this and then tell us how to act. And we believe that this recommendation might be added to the work that the city is already doing regarding the framework that the HRC has previously recommended to the city regarding holidays and days of remembrance. 5, research the concept of forming an interfaith community advisory group to build bridges within the Palo Alto community, including schools and libraries. And this interfaith community advisory group would also include a liaison from the HRC. We had another listening session in the spring where we had lots of faith leaders come talk to us. And again, I think they had a lot to say and a lot for the city to consider. And this would be a great way to advance, equity within the city. 6th, establish a Palo Alto Police Department liaison or first point of contact to the faith community for non-emergency matters.
Okay, so I just wanted to give some insight to the staff recommendations as far as, the staff response to the HRC recommendations. So when staff was reviewing the HRC recommendations, many seemed to nestle in nicely with the work that the city was already committed to do regarding the equity action plans. So therefore, when I was going through the HRC's recommendations, I started to, pull out some of the items that I felt like really addressed the recommendations that the HRC was bringing forth, and was happy to see that many of them were already scheduled to be included. So I felt like, there was already nestled in that. I would also say that the HRC is called out as a partner in several items of the equity action plan. So it feels like a natural nexus to me to use that document to do some next steps for the HRC's recommendations. Also, the equity inclusion work, just in general, is kind of central to what the HRC's purpose is. So it felt like, once again, it felt natural to nestle in these recommendations from the HRC that came from the community members into the city's equity action plan and that work that is happening. Then there were 2 others that didn't nestle as nicely in the equity action plan. And the first one of those, I would say, would be the Interfaith Advisory Group. As the chair said, the HRC hosted in June a listening session for members of the faith community. We had representatives from 11 faith communities. It was a really informative and interesting event that kind of solidified to me that I thought the HRC would be the best body to continue to bring the faith community forward. That was just the first of the sessions. I think, to be true to the HRC's recommendations. I think in the future, those kind of meetings with the faith communities can pull in representatives from other groups, the schools or the libraries. It could be on a specific topic that is really relevant at that time. But I just saw that event just go so nicely. It seemed like a good decision to keep that within the HRC's purview. The last one was to establish a PAPD liaison. I have been in touch with PAPD representative, and they are more than happy to identify a liaison for the faith community. This would be for non-emergency matters if they had a concern about safety and security at their site, or just some questions that they would have one person that they could go and talk to regarding this. So that was when the staff was going through the recommendations for a response. I was happy to see that much of what the HRC responded can move positively forward within the work that we're already doing. Next slide, please. So just as a reminder, we're here to get your feedback on the report, answer any questions you might have, and we look forward to hearing from you. And so thank you. I want to thank, as the chair did, the community members that spent many evenings with us sharing their experiences, their local experiences here in Palo Alto. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Again, since it's a study session, we'll return to council for questions and discussion first before returning to the public. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. I think that the recommendations that were provided are really valuable, and Mickey, you alluded to some of these being already identified, but I thought which ones are actually already in progress. For instance, the first one on training related to our own staff, and DEI training related to religious tolerance and
I can respond to part of that. Just the first part of your question was which ones are already in progress. And I'll ask Deputy City Manager Gaines to come up for the other question. As far as which one of these are in progress, there is the one that speaks to looking at the list of holidays or events or cultural events that are on the city calendar. That is something that will, the clerk's office plus the city manager's office is already planning to be in dialogue with the HRC at probably their October meeting. So that one's already in progress. I would also say that regarding the legality of sponsoring religious special events, staff is already starting to have conversations on that topic. You know, many events or many, it's hard to know sometimes where the cultural aspect or the religious aspect of an event stops and ends, and many of them are so much intertwined. So there will be a group of city staff meeting to, establish, a set of principles or general guidelines when members of the community ask or come to us asking to sponsor or co-sponsor an event that might be considered religious. So there are those of these that are already underway. I probably could think of more, but I'll turn it over to the Deputy City Manager and respond to anything more you have, Council Member.
Thank you for that information. Chantel Cotton Gaines, Deputy City Manager. I just wanted to provide a little bit of extra info from what Ms. Vanderswag provided. In terms of trainings, we have started to offer regular trainings to city employees on topics as we're creating some of the topics. So there's opportunity for us to offer additional ones. We've had things such as cultural competency, things related to gender, also diversity uncover, which is sort of a broader initial, I call it a one-on-one topic, 101 topic. So very intro to that. So if there are other topics that our staff would like more trainings on, or we see a need for, we're looking at different providers that can offer some of those trainings. So we do not have one specifically on the topic of religion, but that is something that we could definitely nestle into another training. The trainings are voluntary as well, but we've had at this point probably about 3 different topics and trainings over the past maybe 7 or 8 months. So that is the one that she references underway, and we can always continue to enhance. And then in terms of information for new employees, the item that's in the equity action plan refers to us just being able to speak with new employees about what our DEI efforts are, our equity mission statement, and some of those core values that the city wants to make sure that new employees understand that they're coming into an organization that has those foundational principles. And so we are convening folks from our HR department and other relevant departments to help us put that content together. So that is another item in the equity action plan.
Thank you.
Councilmember Koo?
So difficult topic. Thank you for working through it and also conducting the listening session. And it's, I bet, also quite emotional as well as you're going through that. So thank you. For most part, I do believe it's very important to engage with the schools as well. So most likely another topic for City Schools Liaison Committee. I think, when the youth are impacted, I think there needs to be some sort of understanding starting from that age. So separation of religion and state, right? And I see us moving into conducting education events involving religion. So is that what I'm understanding? I see a frown.
No, I would just say, I think it would just be a way of evaluating if a member of the community brought an event, or if the city thought of sponsoring an event that may have a religious connotation, to really look at it from an established sense of, review principles to be able to look at it. Because as I said, there are events that just really intertwine religion and cultural, and sometimes it's hard to know where one ends and the other starts.
Okay, so establishing some sort of policy in reviewing applications that come in for events.
That's correct.
Okay.
We're still at the very beginning of that, so I don't want to characterize the fullness of what might happen, but that's a starting point.
Okay, very good. I appreciate the clarification. Obviously, those are very fine lines and so forth. I know the Taijiming Academy, which is a Chinese, another kind of religious group, they have their own organization and they hold their own events. It's pretty big. Few of council members have been there in attendance. We have the Buddhist temple. So I don't know how everything is going to be and how it's going to intertwine, right? I'm glad to hear a lot of these recommendations. You worked very hard to figure out how to fit them all in. So thank you for that work. I know there was a member in our community, Samina, who had worked very hard to ensure separation of the religion and the people, the different nationalities, and that, repairing a lot of the relationships and making sure they're visible and that it's that they're recognized for themselves. So I think that she's another person that deserves a lot of appreciation and thanks for all the work that she's done. And I just want to say that continue engaging with her, but let's also make sure that we honor the work that she's done and that we want to see that the inclusion and it's got nothing to do with the religion or the people. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yes, I really thank the community for making this extraordinarily important issue bubble up and get attention around it, and then get the council involved with HRC to keep it visible and try to start making some steps to do some healing. And my request is that continue. That we need the communities to kind of lead on this and be active participants, and when and as necessary, push HRC or us in that regard. The problem is not going to go away probably ever, but we hope it's going to minimize in our own community and have healing. So glad that Mink and Pat have noted that you don't have to be concerned if we don't take votes on a lot of these things. They can work through staff, through HRC, and get some things done internally also, as Chantel Cotton-Gaines said. And then anything that really needs a policy decision can definitely come back to us for that, directed by the city manager. So there's a lot of things that are being done, as you heard, and can continue to be done in this regard through staff without having to find another time on our agenda. So I just want people to be a little bit relaxed about that one. The question of interfaith advisory group is a very valid question and proposal. I don't have an answer to that tonight. I know that there are some other already in the city interfaith groups, so there's an option of joining up with them. I do think a connection with the city, like the HRC, or potentially even a council member at this stage, could be a helpful way to go. So look for maybe something more specific on that one coming out of staff and HRC, because I think it's really important and not a short assignment. We need to stay on that one more or less forever to kind of continue to kind of take action on the healing part of it. It's just a very, I feel so sobered whenever I talk about this, because it's just such a critical, and you like to think it's unnecessary, that we can live together peacefully and respect other religions. So that's what we should try to help to do as the city for our residents. And glad to see some of these things are in order. And if there are things that we need to take action on, we'd look to have those things back as quickly as you can process specific recommendations. Thank you.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you. I want to echo the thanks to Ms. Eberly for the presentation, to the entire HRC for the work it did, and as the Vice Mayor said, to our residents for taking the time to come and address us and share your thoughts. We need to hear directly from you, and so I want to thank you all for the input and the presentation today. Also for the recommendations. The DEIB training that we understand is in process, some of that is great. The city messaging, I am delighted to hear that the Palo Alto way came from the feedback and not from us. That's the kind of thing that is a lot more meaningful when it's organic and comes up to us. So that's heartening. And if that's what people want, we should do that. The calendaring the faith holidays underway, that's great. Investigating the legality, that's great, because I know in many instances it is, and in some you cross the line, but our White House has Christmas trees and iftar dinners, so it starts there, and we'll have to figure out where the lines are so we can be consistent here. Interfaith Community Advisory Group. I'm excited by that. I've already heard some feedback from some of the clergy who have been there, and we're very excited to be heard and to be invited in, and was kind of a big deal to them. I hope we can find a way to work that out, work with them through the HRC or otherwise. But I also want to caution that this not just, different faith groups. This is also a racial and an ethnic issue that not everyone involved is necessarily practicing a religion. And so we need to not think that covers it for this topic. It's one aspect that I think is important and super helpful, but doesn't address all of the issues here. I can't help but reflect when I read the report and hear your presentation on some of the conversations we had leading up to our unity statement. And there, the purpose was much like this. It was really within our city limits. How do we state an intent to live together in harmony with respect and peace here in our own city? And the people who were involved in that talked a lot about shared concerns, and many of which we've heard here. I was, struck by the comment in the staff report that 56% of Muslim school-age respondents feel unsafe at school, and 20% miss school due to that feeling of unsafety. It breaks your heart. And we heard similar things about Jewish students who might see a swastika on their way to school. Breaks your heart. We need to find ways past that. But I want to close by lifting up what else we heard in those discussions. When we asked, what are your aspirations for our city? What do you hope? How would you like to feel here? And the answers were consistent no matter whom in that room we asked. And it was a room where we did have we had a Christian pastor, we had a rabbi, we had Palestinians, we had Jewish members, we had other Arabs, we had Muslims. It was an amazing group, but the responses were similar, and they were, we want to feel connected, as was mentioned earlier, acknowledged, safe, equal, valued, protected, embraced. I think embraced means belonging to me. So I hope this report and the actions recommendation, the action recommendations will get us closer to that and those aspirations, because that's what we're here to do, is to try to facilitate that as best we can. So thank you.
Thank you. And before I call on Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, just wanted to let the public know that the clerk told me that we have over 20 speakers. So continuing with our practice, that means it'll be 1 minute per speaker and 5 minutes for the group, just so you can prepare your comments. Okay, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I mentioned in response, in my comment in response to the last study session, but which I'll repeat for those who might not have been there then, I am the council's liaison to the HRC. We each have a liaison role to different commissions and boards. I am that person for the HRC. And so I was present for many of these conversations, and I'm grateful to the commission under the leadership of Commissioner Eberly, under the guidance of staff member Vanderswag, and grateful to the community for stepping up to try to have these incredibly difficult conversations. Some communities lack the diversity that we cherish. Some communities are all this or all that. We are a community that is struggling mightily right now, and particularly so over the last 10 months, because we have everyone here. We have folks from all corners of the world here. And when the world's tragedies and violence erupts elsewhere, it often impacts folks here, because this place has become a place, Palo Alto, Silicon Valley, the Bay Area, that is a welcoming place for all. I want to say that I love the recommendations around training and messaging and events and holidays and building bridges with schools and libraries and working with faith leaders and law enforcement, all really good. And if you, like me, have been listening over the last 10 months in particular, you know that one group's experience and language and maybe very existence sometimes gets cited as problematic by definition for the other group. And personally, as a member of neither group, but with a heart for humans, I sit up here and I listen to public comments from the platform, the podium, and I listen to people and I can see their eyes and hear their tone and I watch their body language and I see them describe heartfelt anguish. And right behind them, or to the left or the right, I see other members of the community rolling their eyes sometimes and holding up their signs and getting ready to share their perspective. And then the opposite happens. The person from the second community comes and speaks with heartfelt anguish, and I see behind them people rolling their eyes and holding their signs. And yet we see the shared concerns. We see in the staff report on slide 3, the experiences shared at public comment, regardless of whether they were members of the Jewish community, the Israeli community, the Muslim community, the Palestinian community, shared concerns about how they're feeling fear, harassment, experiencing hate, feeling unsafe. Members of both communities, so to speak, have come to us sharing a feeling of being persecuted and scared. Scared as adults. We heard reports of children feeling scared. All of these feelings are valid and real. And our city's incredibly tough task is to try to value all of that pain equally. The only way I know how to do this is to break bread with people. And in so doing, to yearn to know more about the other than to tell about ourselves, to be able to care as much about the other as we do about ourselves. It's hard, but we can get better at it. Toward that end, I was thrilled to be invited to an interfaith dinner in June here in Palo Alto. There were Jews and Israelis there. There were Palestinian Muslims there and Palestinian Christians there and others. And there was food and drink and laughter and conversation. And it felt Edenic, like Eden. It felt utopic. At a minimum, it seemed like an oasis that Sunday night. And also in June, we had the intersectional event put on by Ms. Minhas to celebrate the Muslim holy day of Eid al-Adha and the African American Liberation Day of Juneteenth, which happened to fall in the same week this year, thanks to the 2 calendars overlapping, which hardly ever happens. Humans coming together to seek to listen and learn from each other is beautiful and necessary. And I do believe it is the only way forward. It is the only way through. And I want everyone who can hear my voice to know that I will join any effort to make that happen on a more regular basis in our city. And I applaud every person who is trying to be at that work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other lights, I do also want to thank the community, thank the HRC, really especially appreciate the HRC's ability to quickly take on this issue and come up with some really wonderful recommendations. And the ask didn't come long ago, and you've done a wonderful job. One, I support all of these HRC recommendations. I do think on recommendation 1, it talks about training for city employees, boards, and commissions. I've talked to many members of the community who also think it would be really beneficial to be able to have this type of training for the public as well. I think we've all been in situations where we've seen various tropes or other types of hate speech that you might not recognize as being hate speech if you were not well trained in it. And so I think that is something I would like to be able to see the HRC and staff continue to think about that and figure out, yes, how do we do that training for city employees, boards, commissions, council members as well, but also the public at large. And I also just think item 6 with getting the police liaison would be wonderful. I'm not surprised that they have already said that they are amenable to that. I've already talked to members of multiple communities in Palo Alto who say they've already been doing that in an informal way, working with the police department on some of these concerns, and that they have been highly responsive. So both want to give a shout out to the police department for doing that, the community partnering with them, and the HRC trying to formalize that role. I think that's really critical. And I just agree with everything that's been said at the dais so far. I really appreciate Councilmember Vinker doing a really good job kind of reiterating the work that was done in our Unity Statement Advisory Group. And yeah, I mean, there's just no room for hate in Palo Alto. I think it's time for us to be able to start healing our wounds and kind of coming together. I think breaking bread is one of the most powerful forms to be able to do that. I think, again, kind of going back to the last item, talking about how can we expand community events to be able to do that as a community is a tool that can be really powerful. And you know, I also what we're reading about, what we're hearing about, especially with students and being afraid to be able to go to school is just horrific. I know at the end of last year, I spoke with a student who missed, in my own class, who missed several days of school, and I checked in with her. I was concerned, and she explained exactly what we're talking about, that it was the fear of coming to school, being identified as a particular group, and fears of being bullied that prevented her from doing that. And that's the first time in my teaching career I've ever experienced that. I pray it's the last time that I ever experienced that, but I know it likely won't be, unfortunately, as these divisions continue to grow. So I do think as a community, we need to be able to have better conversations, be more respectful and kind to one another, and be able to start this healing. So I'm glad this, I think, is a really good step in the direction. Really appreciate these recommendations and eager for us all to be able to work together to be able to achieve those. And I don't see any other lights with the HRC. Chair, I believe would you like to respond?
Yeah, I would just like to, because the mayor just brought up the police department again. During the last year, I did have several conversations with Chief Binder about what was happening in the city. And I was very satisfied in the way that they were handling the protests and demonstrations. And I really appreciated the way that they dealt with that throughout the year. So thank you, Chief Binder. Thank you, community members, for coming to our listening sessions. I met with several people also outside of the listening sessions. I try to be open and listen to everybody's concerns and be available. And I know other members of my commission were as well. And thank you for all the reports and documents and websites and information. There was a wealth of information that we were given. And I'd like all of the community to know that we took everything into account and that it was very difficult conversations that were had during these subcommittee meetings. And by taking everything into account, and some of the comments that Councilmember Lithcott-Hames made, it was wasn't easy. Everybody wants different things, so we thought that our recommendations were just and fair. Thank you.
And before you go to public comment, Mayor, I just wanted to thank the chair and former chair Coloma Smith. They came up with this idea. Within several weeks, we had the first listening session happening at the HRC meeting. So I think that really speaks to the HRC's purpose of really being able to seek out and address crucial human relations items in the community. The HRC has these recommendations. Yes, they nestle nicely in the Equity Action Plan. It's a beginning of the process. So I won't say that we're all the way there, but it's the beginning of the process for the Equity Action Plan, for the other collaborations that we have mentioned here. I also want to let you know, when the HRC has a listening session, they do follow up on it. So the AANHPI, the content of this listening session, it's not just a one and done. Concepts of inclusion and belonging are core to what they do. And these conversations and these opportunities to have input and do something about it are things that the HRC will continue to do on a whole variety of topics, including the topics that the faith community brought to us, including the topics of a very rich session we had on older adult issues. So you can count on the commission to continue to be part of these conversations.
Of course. Thank you to Minka, who keeps us in line and helps so much. And thank you for the report, Minka. And she puts so much effort into everything that she does. And she's really like a crucial member of, of help for our committee. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay. And seeing no other lights, we'll go on to public comment on this item. Again, since we have over 20 speakers, we'll do 1 minute per speaker, 5 minutes for the group. Just a reminder that this item is focused on local experiences, and so if you can keep your comments to the local experience, we'd appreciate that. And with that, we can begin.
Our first speaker is Avram F.
Abram Finkelstein here tonight, and I do believe this council has created a climate of anti-Semitism by refusing to address the ceasefire. We're now over 40,000 dead, and I'm sure the number is much larger. And Ed, as a fellow Jew, I've invited you several times now to speak out on Gaza, to speak out on what your position is on the ceasefire, and you've been silent. And I condemn you for that. You should speak out on this issue. If you are pro-Israel, give it to us. Stand with that. If you're a dual citizen and your first loyalty is with the state of Israel, that's your business. But we should be entitled to know that. And you're going to want to step into being the mayor next year without ever speaking about the plight of 40,000 Gazans and the fact that the state of Israel, which I'm ashamed of.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Raymond G.
So my name is Raymond Goins. I'm here to speak to you about my local experience here in Palo Alto on the shadows of the City Hall. While supporting a pro-Palestine rally, peaceful rally, I was robbed by a white lady who came across the street from the Israel side. I informed the sheriff sergeant that was on duty that I just got robbed by a pro-Israel supporter. He laughed at me and said, how you things go. I then told him, well, if that was a black person that took a phone from a white woman, he would be in jail or dead. He agreed with me. I filed a police report and nothing has been done because the officer on duty failed to protect my rights as a citizen and protect me, make me feel safe in the city of Palo Alto. I came from San Jose to support the community here, that's the colored community for pro-Palestine. And in that support, I got robbed and didn't get no support from Palo Alto Police Department. They just laughed at me. And to this day, that lady runs free. I'm saying, why she robbed me with my phone? So the local community here, to make that stop the hate, you got to hold your police accountable and make sure they follow through with the requests from people that are victimized. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian W.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Thank you for convening tonight's session. My name is Brian Welch. I'm an Assistant District Attorney. I'm here tonight with 3 of my colleagues representing District Attorney Jeff Rosen. We want to thank the Commission for the important work, and we want to impress upon everyone here the District Attorney's commitment to combating and prosecuting perpetrators of hate crimes. These are particularly difficult cases to investigate and to prosecute. Many of the victims are themselves marginalized who have had negative experiences with law enforcement, and they don't want to come forward. Proving identity of the perpetrator or the motivation of the perpetrator can be equally challenging. And for these reasons, we know it's important for prosecutors to partner with law enforcement from the earliest stage of an investigation. By doing that, we can help identify legal issues. We can work with interviewing victims and witnesses. We can help writing search warrants. And we know from early engagement in a criminal investigation, we can improve the
Your time is
outcomes.
up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adam F.
Good evening, council members. My name is Adam Flores, and I'm a supervising deputy DA with the District Attorney's Office. I supervise our community prosecution unit, our crime prevention unit. We stand against hate and hate crimes. A hate crime is not only a crime against one individual, it is also a crime against that individual's community and our county and our country at large. We have DAs who prosecute hate crimes in court, and our office also has DAs or community prosecutors who are available to support in the community with non-emergency matters. They can help educate communities on the difference between a hate incident and a hate crime. They can support conversations that raise awareness of hate crimes and how to always report them to the police. And importantly, they are present to fight hate by listening to our community's needs and celebrating their diversity. We don't just prosecute crimes, we also work to prevent them by building partnerships that promote safe and inclusive communities.
Our next speaker is James G.S.
Good evening, everyone. Only one more speaker after me from the DA's office. I'm James Gibbon Shapiro from the DA's office. One of the teams that I supervise is our Victim Services Unit. And I first want to say that when any one member of our community is attacked, we're all attacked. At our Victim Services Unit, we serve victims of violent crimes. Those are victims of domestic violence, victims of sexual assault, victims of all sorts of violent crimes, and victims of hate crimes. I want to acknowledge that if someone is the victim of a hate crime, the injury is more than a physical wound or pain that they feel, that there's a deep wound to that person's dignity and a profound emotional injury that our victims of hate crime feel. We stand with everyone in our community that is for tolerance and for justice and diversity and love for all. We stand with all of you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dan O.
Good evening, council members. My name is Daniel Okonkwo. I'm the Chief Trial Deputy, Santa Clara County District Attorney's Office. I'm Black. I'm a Stanford Law graduate, and I've been the victim of violence perpetrated against me because of my race. Because of the harm that the hate crimes inflict on the victim, members of that group, as well as general community, we take those crimes very seriously. We have a hate crime committee that has been in existence for years. I prosecuted my first hate crime almost 25 years ago in our office against a victim of the LGBTQ community. The committee reviews every case referred to us by law enforcement. We scrutinize the facts. We do follow-up investigation if necessary, and we issue cases that we can prove beyond a reasonable doubt. We have filed charges. The committee has filed charges based on the victim's race, national origin, sexual orientation, and religion. We have had Islamic victims. We have had Jewish victims. We prosecute cases that we can prove, and we take
Your
them all
time is
seriously.
up. Our next speaker is Uzma.
Hi, I wanted to talk a bit about what's happened between the listening sessions and now. Things have not gotten better. In fact, they've progressively gotten worse for the Muslim, Arab, and Palestinian community. The aggression amongst us has gotten more severe, and Islamophobia and anti-Palestinian racism is rampant in our community. There is such a thing as atrocity denial, and between then and now, that atrocity denial is deepening. There is such a thing as international law. There is such a thing as lawyers. I know we have lawyers on council and experts and judges. So when the ICJ or ICC says that Israel's occupation is completely illegal and racial segregation or apartheid, then that means something. And when we have people in our community deny it, that is atrocity denial, and that affects us locally. That affects Muslims, Arabs, and any minority community that's of dark skin, and that has relates to any occupied or colonized community. That is happening now. That affects us locally, and it needs to be addressed. So we need
Your time is up.
anti-Palestinian racism, and we need it now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Deborah Leese.
Okay, obrigada, HRC. I first visited the Stanford sit-in in November, and I quickly fell in love with the students. They welcomed me in, and I was able to participate in deep learning with them. I saw true unity with Muslim and Jewish students together, protecting each other from outside agitators for many months. Palestinian students shared how when they applied to Stanford, Palestine wasn't an option on the application for country of origin. I fell in love with the Semitic language of Arabic and learned not only how it brought us algebra, but also algorithms, meaning that we wouldn't have a computer without Arabic contributions. Anti-Palestinian racism is so intense as it combines the colonial anti-indigenous erasure as well as European supremacy familiar to Black and Brown communities. We all need to overcome targeted indoctrination and to both learn and unlearn how Islamophobia and anti-Palestinian racism has historically and is currently affecting our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leah. Our next speaker is Leah or Leah. Moving to our next speaker, Fariha.
Hi, my name is Fariha Hilali, and I'd like to thank you all, Human Rights Commission, for all of the reports that you've done. And I'd just really like to acknowledge everyone for all their wonderful words. And I really hope that there are actions behind those words, which are genuine and real equity and equality, because Islamophobia has become so rampant throughout our community. My kids are starting school now, and I'm really fearful because of the stuff that they have to hear. They were born and raised here. They've never lived anywhere else, and they're constantly made to feel like the other by people in their community, and it's wrong. So I really hope that you do what you're saying and walk the talk really quickly and not find ways to avoid stuff that needs to be done immediately. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lori M., speaking on behalf of a group of 6.
I'm Lori Myers, a 30-year resident of Palo Alto. Thank you to City Council and HRC for working to keep Palo Alto a place of unity and belonging for all. We are so grateful. But things have changed since the HRC drafted their recommendations in March, so we have 2 additional requests. First, what's changed? The California Attorney General released the 2023 hate crimes report. The good news is that overall hate crimes have dropped. The bad news is that hate crimes against Jews has increased 53%. Jews are the targets of 71% of all religious hate crime, even though we're only 2% of the population. And we feel that in Palo Alto. Next, and this is just one way we feel the anti-Semitism, since March, there have been multiple rallies in King Plaza and marches through downtown Palo Alto with anti-Semitic chanting, including calls for the elimination of Jews. This bears repeating. Rallies with anti-Semitic chanting and calls for the elimination of Jews in Palo Alto. The most recent one less than a month ago. This is anti-Semitism as defined and condemned by the US Congress. This causes such pain to our community, especially when we see our neighbors marching and parents from our kids' schools chanting anti-Semitism. This type of repeated hateful behavior in the span of just a few months has never happened, as far as I know, in the history of Palo Alto until it started this March and has continued since. What's equally shocking and painful is that the most recent rally was sponsored by CARE, Council on American Islamic Relations, along with two other groups known for their support of Hamas's atrocities on October 7th. The founder of one of the orgs, CARE, has literally said, quote, "I am in support of the Hamas movement. I am in support of the Hamas movement." Can you believe this group is sponsoring events in Palo Alto? It's as if the KKK were sponsoring a rally in downtown and marching through the streets. I cannot express how painful this is and how scary that this group is somehow comfortable doing this in Palo Alto. So here are our two heartfelt requests. First, all city leadership, council, HRC, law enforcement, library must have mandatory specific training on anti-Semitism. This will empower you to make real policy on anti-Semitism and actually make a real difference in Palo Alto. We support training on Islamophobia too. We stand against all hate. Second, we need city leadership, council, and the HRC to publicly condemn anti-Semitism whenever and wherever it happens, whether it's a swastika at Pierce Park or chanting through downtown on a Sunday afternoon. We support free speech, but we also support the free speech of our city leadership to name and condemn hate. Finally, I implore you and all of us to lead by example. Let's show empathy, tolerance, and a willingness to listen. We can advocate for our causes without exacerbating the pain and fear of our friends and neighbors. This is the Palo Alto way. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Giora, followed by SDG.
Hello, I'm Giora Tarnopolsky. I'm a longtime citizen of Palo Alto. I embrace you in all your diversity, and I'm very grateful for tonight's session. And I thank the HRC for its report, which I reviewed offline. I welcome it because on Saturday, May 11th, 2024, I witnessed a parade here down Ramona Street in support of enemies of the United States, enemies who hold American citizens hostage, while the paraders chanted virulent anti-Semitic slogans calling for my demise. I asked the city and the HRC to adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's definition of anti-Semitism. This normative definition of anti-Semitism has already been endorsed by 43 countries, the European Union, the UN Secretary General, the Biden administration, and most US states. Please call out and condemn anti-Jewish and anti-Israel hate whenever it occurs. Thank you for your work.
And just a reminder to the public, we just ask that you don't make verbal remarks after a speaker, so that way no one feels intimidated or not. Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is SDG, followed by Sarit S.
Hi, Esti Neiman Greif. First of all, I would like to thank the City Council for being here and to focus on the need of Palo Alto people. I would like to thank the HRC for your time and for you standing for safety and inclusion. And I'm here to reflect on safety and inclusion. I'm a mother and grandmother. My kids are around 40 years old. They went from preschool to public school, Palo Alto, and Stanford. They know Julie. I think you know my daughter. I'm reflecting on inclusion and safety. It's important to teach inclusiveness for our children and the parents in our public school. Parents and children do realize when they are excluded from after school activities. And I would like to feel safe when the Jewish high holidays are coming and we are going to our work.
Our next speaker is Sarit S., followed by Rowie.
My name is Sarit Shubi, and I've lived in Palo Alto for approximately 10 years. I want to thank the Palo Alto City Council and HRC for focusing on the important needs of local Palo Altans, which need your attention. I want to be sure everyone realizes that anti-Semitism is real and present in Palo Alto schools. A few months ago, my high school daughter lost her best friend to anti-Semitism. Her friend, with whom she socialized every day at school and beyond, chose to stop talking to her. Her friend has fallen victim to Islamist extremist propaganda. Her friend's mother, who is a frequent speaker at Palo Alto City Council meetings, has posted anti-Semitic tropes on social media, such as the claim that Israelis harvest Palestinian organs. So now the school year has begun, and my daughter finds herself navigating around campus, avoiding her former best friend because she is so on edge. This is utterly heartbreaking to me. I hope the HRC recommendations will help create a positive climate.
Our next speaker is Rowie, followed by Miriam B.
Good evening. My name is Roy Shaviv. I am a citizen of Palo Alto for over 20 years. I would like to thank the City Council. I would like to thank the committee. I second the Lois and Giora's comments. Anti-Semitism is the oldest and most popular form of racism. In fact, we are subjected to hate speech in this room right now, and you know what I am referring to. I do support the HRC report, and I would like to make this exact same two recommendations that Lori made, that we would add mandatory training on anti-Semitism in specifically, and that we also condemn anti-Semitism whenever we see it. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Miriam B., followed by Phil B.
Hi. As a longtime Palo Alto resident, I am grateful that you are focusing on local issues such as this initiative. And as an American Jew, it is profoundly disappointing that in 2024, my grandkids are experiencing anti-Semitism here. In my youth in the 1960s, my teacher told a class that Hitler should have finished the job. Some of us were brave enough to report that. We thought we had gone beyond this. But in 2024, my 17-year-old granddaughter, a fifth-generation American and a California girl, asked if I could help research which of the CSU and UC campuses that she got admitted to were less anti-Semitic. It broke my heart. That wasn't the case when my children went. I believe that the vast, vast majority of Americans do not condone anti-Semitism. It is not a government
Your time
issue.
is up.
Thank you, and please do the training.
Our next speaker is Phil B., followed by Deborah G.
My name is Phil Burton. I'm a 48-year resident of Palo Alto. And some of you may know me from the extended Citizens Advisory Panel on grade crossings. But I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about anti-Semitism, like other people. I saw this firsthand last February when I was walking past Antonio's nut house. There were posters of 11 kidnapped hostages that were all torn down. How is that not anti-Semitic? But my own experience with anti-Semitism goes much deeper. I'm the son of Holocaust survivors who lost their entire extended families in Poland during the war. I lost all 4 grandparents. I lost an aunt and uncle and many cousins. Both my parents had to go to college in France because before the war, the official policy of the Polish government was not to admit Jews.
Your time is up.
Thank you. There's much more I could say if somebody else will cede some time to me.
Our next speaker is Deborah G., followed by Noel.
Hi, I'm Deborah Goldine, 60-year resident of the city of Palo Alto, member of the tribe of Judah. I have read the HRC report, and I have a couple of comments. It seems to be awfully DEI heavy, and my feeling about DEI, if the city wants to put its money where its mouth is, it needs to start with building housing. You want people, you want diversity, you want inclusion, you want equity, you have to build housing, like 10 to 20,000 units. You haven't done it. Until you do it, don't go any further, please. In terms of the recommendations, number 4, media misinformation literacy campaign, please, yes. Number 8, I can't read my writing. Number 9, making sure that everybody who speaks and has a proposal is in compliance with federal, state, city laws, et cetera. That's it, I guess.
Our next speaker is Noel.
Silence is the most powerful ally of racism. We've seen that time and time again. Slavery did not end with silence. We have seen 76 years of silence on the dispossession of the Palestinian people. And we've now seen 10 months of silence from you on the genocide in Gaza. We are a divided community. This is a bunch of BS about, you just can't even talk about it. We have to be honest about what is happening and about the marginalization of Muslims in our community. They are seeing their brethren being murdered with our money, our weapons. They're seeing Muslim children buried under rubble and left to die.
Your time is
This is not acceptable. Silence is complicity.
That concludes public comment on study session item 2.
All right. Thank you again to the HRC and members of the community for coming out and sharing your stories. We'll move on now to our consent calendar, items 3 through 12.
So you can have signs. You just have to follow the rule. They can't be any more than 2 by 6 feet per minute. And they can't be affixed in poles or sticks.
I will do public comment on the consent calendar.
There are no requests to speak and no hands are raised for consent calendar items.
Thank you. Do we have any no votes or requests to pull? Councilmember Koo?
I'd like to register a no vote on item number 5.
Councilmember Tanaka?
No on 5, 9, and 10.
Seeing no further lights, any motion to move the consent calendar?
Also move.
I'll second it. And when the clerk's ready, you can call the vote.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes?
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ku, would you like to speak to your no vote?
Sure, thank you. This is about increase in the utility rate for natural gas. In reviewing the reasons behind why this is being done, it's a really good reason, good precaution for preparation and mitigating of sudden spike in rates, as like the one that happened in the winter of 2022 and 2023. However, I think that it should be a public session so that the rate users will have an idea of why this is happening and that they would be prepared for it. This is just going out on consent, and I don't believe a lot of people will know why it's what had happened with their rates. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, I have the same exact sentiment on number 5. We already did a 12.5% rate increase in June. That's only 2 months ago. And now we're coming back again without public comment, on consent, without anyone else knowing, another 2.8%, right? So it's going to be 15.3%. This is a 22% increase in the rate. No public session, I don't think anyone knew about it. So I don't think this is the right way of doing business. On number 9, I also think this one should also be a public session. This is on the golf course. We have the revenue for the golf course going from 5.3 million down to 5.1 million. But as you guys know, from the fiscal year 2022 to fiscal year 2025, we've had rampant inflation. So if you factor inflation, it's actually gone down from 5.3 million down to 4.6 million. I looked in the staff report. I didn't see any data on customer feedback, like surveys or anything direct about like how was the quality of service, how was the golf course being run, and maybe things are going as well as they could go. But given that the profit is down, revenue in real terms and especially in terms of inflation adjusted is down, it doesn't seem like things are going very well. And I would really want to understand more about the provider who's the person running the course, because it doesn't seem to be headed in the right direction. So I'm very concerned about that. I mean, it's supposed to be a net profit for the city, and it still is, but it's down a lot. So I don't think it's a very good situation. And then on 10, so the city lost money last year. We're going to lose money this year. We're losing money for the next 3 years according to a long-range plan. And yet we're taking on another $250,000 or so. And this really makes no financial sense. We get, I think, $1 a year for a 5,500 square foot building on 0.83 acres in Palo Alto. If you factor in the lost rent, the additional financial losses that we have to take on doing this item, we could have put each household, instead of living in a car, we could have put them in a one-bedroom apartment. So it doesn't make sense from a humanitarian point of view. It doesn't make sense from a fiscal point of view. And so, yeah, this also is not an item I could support.
City manager comments?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I just have a few comments, and I will note that you have your scheduled break coming up after my comments, and I suspect you may actually want to use it. So just to give you a heads up that that's coming up next. If I could get the assistance, thank you, City Clerk. Move to the first slide. Actually, just while I'm doing this transition, also want to call to the public's attention that as part of the City Council's packet this evening, we have a number of informational reports. They include the investment activity report for the fourth quarter of last fiscal year, as well as updates on the 2024 City Council priorities. So detailed report on the status of the dozens of priorities and objectives that this council has approved and we're making progress on. And then finally, an informational report on City Hall operations. All right, so with the slides I've got here, just a few items to highlight. highlight, as I have mentioned earlier this month, August is Wellness Month, Mental Health and Wellness Month, and want to focus specifically tonight on teen wellness and belonging. We've got a number of resources available as shown here on this slide, including both our Mitchell Park Teen Center that provides ongoing location for connection and activities, as well as a number of leadership opportunities for teens in our community, including the Palo Alto Youth Council, Youth Climate Advisory Board, and the Art Center teen leadership program. So a number of ways for teens to get involved in a leadership role. Then finally, mental health support through a number of programs here at the city and through partner organizations. That information is available on our city website, cityofpaloalto.org/bewell. Next slide, please. And let's go back one, please. While it may feel early to be talking about fall for those who are trying to hang on to the last days of summer, this is our last city council meeting until September. So as such, wanted to highlight a number of upcoming activities in the month of September, including our community emergency response team training, CERT training that only occurs twice a year. So for members of the community that have been saying they'd like to get more involved in emergency preparedness, this is the time to do so. Repair Cafe, and in fact, this is listed as fall favorites. And I understand that these are actually really popular activities with a variety of community members. So wanted to highlight the Repair Cafe, opportunity to get a variety of things fixed, things rather that you might have at home and think perhaps it's time to throw it out. Community members, volunteers participate in this Repair Cafe and assist in repairing a variety of whether they be appliances or just gadgets around the house. City Hall Open House coming up on September 18th, the annual Moonlight Run and Walk on the 20th, a community health fair, and a number of other activities again through the month of September. So we did want to point these out here relatively early in the month of August in order to give people time to plan their September calendar. Next slide, please. Then just to highlight once again the September 18th City Hall Open House that will follow our Municipal Services Center Open House. We will plan on having the community and potentially family members and others touring various nooks and crannies of City Hall in order to learn more about what happens here. And as noted here, there is an informational memo in our packet this evening that provides a little more information about City Hall activities. Next slide, please. And finally, just a look ahead to your upcoming City Council agendas. Again, your dark next week and September 2nd due to the Labor Day holiday. Then with your next September 9th meeting coming up, it will be a bit unusual in that we have no action items. We have several closed sessions that are scheduled. So we will start with your regular consent agenda as well as councilmember comments and public comments, and then the plan is to lead into several closed sessions for the evening. Then September 16th, Caltrain electrification in advance of the actual rollout of the electrified trains on September 21st, as well as a study session on long-range planning for the Palo Alto Airport. September 23rd, your semi-annual biannual discussion with the independent police auditor, as well as a couple of, one ordinance related to dark skies and bird safe design. Again, I should note that all of these are tentatively scheduled because we've got movement on a variety of fronts. Then finally, this is a tentative date for staff to come back with the Housing Authority on the Buena Vista redevelopment plan and regulatory agreement. But again, tentatively scheduled. And then we have a number of items shown here in the month of October, just to give community members a sense of what's to come. With that, Mayor, back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, City Manager. With that, we're at our break. We'll take a 15-minute
I
break.
just had one.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see your light.
So thanks for the update and many fall events. There's one that I just noticed wasn't mentioned, which is on September 21st, will be a major event at the University train station this is the first day of the electrification, and Caltrain, in partnership with VTA, Samtrans, the city, and Stanford, are going to be holding a event that's not only for Palo Alto, but for the whole corridor on that day. And we expect it'll have entertainment, free rides in the new electric trains, and a lot of other activities.
Free rides, really? Great.
If, I believe that's the case. Now
Sorry.
you got me worried that I misspoke.
Sorry about that.
Okay. But I think that's the case.
Okay, tentatively noted. Sorry about that. Caught my attention with that one. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So with that, we're on break. 15 minutes. We'll be back at 8:30. Back from break. Before we take on our action item, we just have one clarification from Councilmember Burt.
Yes, just to follow up, I was able to confirm that on the weekend of the Caltrain electrification of September 21st, all train rides in the entire corridor will be free, and it will also be the case on Sunday, the 22nd. So the entire weekend, free electric train rides for everybody.
All right, thank you. Sounds like a great deal. Okay, we will now move on to our one and only action item of the evening, item 13, approval of Castalea's school transportation demand management plan document for previously approved redevelopment project located at 1310 Bryan Street. I'll turn to staff.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. I'm going to ask Mr. Garrett Sauls, who is working remote today, feeling a little bit under the weather, and we have that going through our office right now. So we've had a couple of folks working remotely. Mr. Sauls, will you lead us through the presentation, please?
Sure thing. Good evening, council members. As Director Lake mentioned, my name is Garrett Sauls. I'm the senior planner taking the lead now on the Castalea School project. Next slide. A little bit of history on the application. So back in June 2022, the council approved its record of land use action, which expanded the Castalea School, which included a number of extensive record of land use conditions of approval and TDM measures to ensure that the project will limit and reduce the impacts from the expansion of the school as much as possible. In August last year, council had asked staff to return with a compiled TDM measure document that included the record of land use action, conditions of approval, as well as Castalea's TDM plan into one consolidated document, which is included today in the attachment to the staff report. And during that discussion, council had requested additional clarifications and data points to be included when determining ADT, average daily trips, towards the total trip counts that are limits associated with the record of land use action. The staff's recommendation in the August 7th meeting of last year, as well as tonight, is to recommend approval of that TDM plan without modification. Next slide. A high-level summary of the TDM plan objectives. There were specific limits established for AM peak travel trips as well as average daily trips that were identified in the record of land use action and the CEQA document adopted with this project. It also required permanent driveway counters and infrastructure improvements to support multimodal access to and from the site. And there were specific programmatic measures for employees and students that were helping to achieve these TDM plan objectives, namely within this TDM plan, identifying who was responsible for implementing the program, notification, parking and management solutions, ride home programs. Next slide, please. In addition, it identified a robust monitoring and reporting period, which Castalea has to follow through within 3 times a year until they demonstrate that there is no new net trips over the TDM limits, over the ADT and the AM peak limits identified on the previous slide for a period of two consecutive years. In addition to that, there were opportunities for the city to apply more aggressive TDM measures if those limits are not met over that period of time, as well as providing specific prohibitions on picking up and dropping off within the neighborhood adjacent to the school. And lastly, an additional measure was establishing a more direct and clear, concise code enforcement mechanism for that Castalea is providing funding for, and that gets replenished in the event that these measures have to be enforced upon. Next slide. The record of land use actions conditions of approval number 22 and 24 identify how to calculate average daily trip and AM peak trips. And in the conversation in August of last year, Council and the Castalea Neighborhood Commission felt that those COAs don't expressly rule out sort of other methods or other opportunities to count additional trips. And in particular, they were focused on street parking on the same side of the street as Castalea, counting those trips towards ADT and AM peak trips, as well as any potential drop-offs that occur within the neighborhood, as counting those towards the peak trips and ADT counts. And as staff went through and reviewed this record of land use action, And as we noted in the staff report, the conditions of approval don't rule out other methods, but it also doesn't specify additional methods that they would otherwise endorse to extend how those ADT trips or AM peak trips are counted towards the total limits, the 383 AM peak trips and the 1,198 average daily trip limits in the record of land use action. And in addition, there are these additional items here that were not necessarily, as staff reviewed it, that were not necessarily evaluated within that original approval. Next slide. As a result, staff reiterates its recommendation from the previous meeting on August 7th tonight, which is that staff believes that the Castell's TDM plan that was presented on August 7th captures the city's adopted record of land use action that was done back on June 6th of 2022. And that concludes our presentation.
All right, thank you. We'll turn to public comment. How many speakers do we have?
We have 12 total. That includes one group of 6.
Okay, then we'll do 2 minutes per individual speaker and 7 minutes for the group.
Our first speaker is Andy R.
So I have 7 minutes, Mayor. All right, thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Stone, Vice Mayor Lowing, and council members. I am Andy Reed, and I live close to Castellea and have been involved with my neighbors over many years to try to understand how the school reports car trips. No net new trips was the school's continuous mantra during the years leading up to the city council approval of their expansion. Former Mayor Pat Burt got it right on May 23rd, 2022, talking about how to make the TDM work. And I quote, "To drive the TDM program to really be what it's intended to be, which is a trip reduction program and not a counting circumvention program." However, the method the school is using defines car trips as those cars that cross over driveways. Everybody else, including Google, defines car trips as all cars that drive to and from the project. At the August 7th, 2023 City Council meeting, council members disagreed that the TDM they had before them was what they expected or intended. Councilmember Stone asks why other car trip counts would be excluded. That was not intended by City Council. He quotes from the June 6th, 2022 meeting, many of the council members were interested in all cars being counted, and the associate head of school supported that. Please see that all car trips get counted. 2, Councilmember Vinkers states, the record of land use action has other methods of tracking car trips. Why only driveway counters counted? Number 3, Mayor Koo states car trips need to include parking and dropping off. 4, Councilmember Vinker, it's ambiguous, so City Council can provide direction. Number 5, Councilmember Lowing states, on June 6, 2022, it wasn't ambiguous. We're only dealing with a subset of counting. We have to count all the cars. Staff is trying to apply council direction by proposing alternative methods, at least in the staff report, I saw that, to include street parked car trips in addition to the car trips they currently report, which we support. Castelea's attorneys take the position that Palo Alto City Council direction does not matter. In fact, they are cherry picking elements from the W-Trans report to make a false assumption. The attorney letter includes a statement from W-Trans that they didn't count street car trips in 2017, which is what this is based on. But importantly, the original study used other methods too, besides driveway counters. So Mr. Zhang's letter is deceiving. See page 20 and 38 as to the other elements they applied, like observing intersections and roadways and considering student surveys. If Castellea only wants to count just driveway counts, then 352 is the proper AM peak rather than 383. Ask Mr. Jong what the raw counts were for only driveways for the purpose of a DT analysis back in 2017. Lower the caps. Otherwise, the school has to exactly replicate the W-Trans methodology to use the current caps. Planning staff is trying to apply a method that is much less burdensome to the school. What the Castellea attorneys don't acknowledge is that virtually all the cars along the school side of the street have Castellea stickers. And the people in the cars that don't have Casti stickers go into the school anyway. Come on over and sit and watch. The Fair and Peers reports that the school publishes and upon which Castellea bases whether they go over caps don't use all the school days, only those school days with no events. Planning staff doesn't address this time, but we think it's important even if event trips don't count towards the caps. In summary, please require Fair and Peers to continue to show the non-event school day car trips numbers and add in the estimated street parked car trips as staff recommends in the staff report. Those can count towards the caps of 383 AM peak and 1198 ADT. Additionally, please require Fair and Peers to report and graph all school day driveway car trips too, including event school days and event weekend days and street parked car trips. This data contains valuable traffic information that provides a wider perspective to observe trends and changes in car trips. The raw data is available. I believe it was Councilmember Tanaka who made sure that the raw data would be accessible. And we have downloaded it and worked it out. It's very cumbersome if you don't have the app. Fair and Peers has the algorithms. They have the raw data, and so it would be easy to provide as an addendum to the current reports. The school tells us at every meeting, we will do what the city tells us to do. Apparently, and we've said this many times before, the city has to be very specific. I want to express my thanks to staff for digging deep and seeing where the current counts mislead and suggesting solutions, even though it wasn't apparent in their presentation tonight. The only side that is losing credibility is the school, teaching girls that it's okay to avoid agreements if you can get away with it. Thanks very much for listening.
Our next speaker is Alan C., followed by Carla B.
Good evening. I'm Alan Cooper, and I live at 270 Kellogg Avenue, directly across the street from Castellea School. This morning, I sent you an email requesting that you please modify the Castellea TDM so that all cars coming to Castellea are counted and not just some of them. Every morning and afternoon, I look out of the window and see Kellogg Avenue filled with parked cars, with teachers and students getting in and out of those cars. These cars never go into the school driveways and therefore are never counted. Yet they should be for the TDM, in my view. There has been a long-standing debate about the validity of the original traffic study that was used to establish Castellea's TDM. The study did not include counting cars coming to Castellea and parking on streets, as the report should have. The original idea to tie Castellea's student enrollment to a TDM came from the example of Stanford's TDM. All cars coming to Stanford are counted, regardless of whether they park in Stanford lots or on the street. So shouldn't Castellea's TDM count all cars? The answer is yes for me. All cars should be counted. The staff report for this meeting addresses the car counting issue and recommends including counting cars on streets adjacent to the school.
I support this staff recommendation. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Carla B., followed by Bruce M.
Dear council members, you're likely sick to death of reviewing this project, but I can assure you, you are not as exhausted as the neighbors who have been trying to come to terms with the school for literally decades. I'd like to remind listeners that this is a commercial entity trying to do business in a residential neighborhood. When the school asked to substantially increase its size, it pointed to the street parking that surrounds the school, arguing that should be counted as part of its parking allotment. I tried to envision another commercial entity asking to build something the size of a Home Depot or a Costco in a residential neighborhood, and then declining to provide enough on-site parking, using the argument that it would use parking spaces on what it calls their side of the street. Nevertheless, that parking was included in the calculations, allowing the school to grow in size without providing enough on-site parking for its staff and students. Now the school's attorneys argue that those parking there should not be counted among the daily trips. Please don't tell us that they get it both ways. This is just one of the thousands of reasons the neighbors have lost all faith in the school's willingness or interest to work collaboratively to reduce its impacts. I respectfully ask that you hold the school to a daily trip count that includes all days, not just the days without events, since approximately 20% of their school days include events of some size. Include drivers parking next to the school as part of the daily trip count. To be clear, everyone in that neighborhood has a driveway and parking in front of their own houses. There is no reason for a non-Castanea student to park in front of the school. And 3, to remove the accounting from Castanea's purview. The school hires the consultant, receives the data, and then reports it to the city. We believe it should be the city that receives the data. At the present, the school's own reported numbers are perilously close to its cap on daily trips, which is why it is fighting to only report those who drive through the school's driveways. As a direct neighbor, I can attest to the drivers who drop off across the street, around the corner, even on the far side of Embarcadero, to avoid the backup of cars. It completely defeats the council's direction to obtain a true count of how many drivers are accessing the school. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bruce M., followed by Jeff L.
Thank you, Council. I'm Bruce McLeod. I live at 1404 Bryant on the corner of Bryant Kellogg, adjacent to Castanea. Thank you for taking the time to insist that the TDM address the discrepancies between the various source documents. I previously sent an email with some detailed information regarding the neighbors' observations and the neighborhood committee's continued concerns. I would also like to thank the development staff for their analysis of this issue. The staff report offers that the council can, should they choose, clarify at least some of the ambiguity and include the cars that are parked along the side of the street adjacent to the school in the TDM trip counts. Despite Castanea's contention that neighbors and contractors park there, these vehicle trips are overwhelmingly related to the school. As staff has noted in the report, there is no definitive direction in the RULA or the COLAs that exempts these vehicle trips from being counted. I would like to remind everyone that the early traffic counts did not include driveway counters. They did include additional methodology and counts of parked cars and other vehicle trips. The mathematical gymnastics to get to the baseline number used unverified simplistic student surveys, arrival analyses, curbside car counts, and regression analysis because the baseline was created while the school was still over-enrolled and estimated backwards to the allowed number of students. I request that the council revise the TDM with language that includes the reasonable and obvious choice to include curbside parked vehicles. I would also like to also direct the monitoring process. The staff has said that the current setup where the school hires the consultants and then reports the information to the city is how the city does these things. The appearance of self-monitoring is problematic. The city staff and the council should work to create enough staff time to monitor these things, to have the consultants contracted and report to the city, and then report out to the school and the neighbors. Thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker is Jeff L., followed by Mindy R.
Good evening, Mayor Stone, Vice Mayor Lowing, and council members. I think you did a terrific job last year to insist that, quote, no new net trips, unquote, looks at all trips and not just some. The Castleya TDM is meant to be, quote, a traffic reduction program and not a counting circumvention program, in Councilman Burt's words. The staff report is quite correct that the original EIR did count more trips than just driveway crossings. It said it used driveway counts and then, quote, adjusted based on results from a student travel pattern survey, unquote, to account for other kinds of trips. Yet the 35-page letter sent to you recently by Castleya's attorneys instead claims, quote, trips generated by the on-street parking were not included in the EIR. Incredibly, that letter appears to contain no mention of the student travel pattern survey or the adjustment it generated that are clearly in the EIR. Castleya also keeps complaining about delay. I think it could save substantial legal costs and time by just agreeing to a more holistic measurement of trips, which in fact the EIR itself recommends. For example, you can count all traffic on streets surrounding the school using many different technologies, including the camera-like counters you see high up on traffic signal poles all over Palo Alto. It should be easy to establish a new baseline for Castleya using such counters before construction begins. This will count driveway crossings, parkings, and drop-offs on both sides of the street. That is, it will actually count all Castleya car trips. You can even apply it to neighboring streets if that's a concern. And these counters generate data that can be monitored and verified by neighbors. Let's urge Castleya under its new leadership to truly reimagine itself and agree to comprehensive trip monitoring in the spirit of openness, transparency, and integrity. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mindy R., followed by Matt F.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Stone and members of the council. My name is Mindy Romanowski of Jorgensen, Siegel, McClure, and Flegel. I am a land use attorney. I'm here on behalf of Castleya, as I have been for many years, and I'm joined by my co-counsel, Matt Francois, who will also be making some remarks. In June of 2020, many of you were here and approved, after years of compromise, stringent scrutiny, and more than 20 public hearings on these very topics, this project in a 6-to-1 vote. The discretionary review of this project has long passed. The school is controlled by their CUP with its over 100 conditions, and the sole duty before you tonight is to ensure that the school's final TDM plan incorporates into one document all of the transportation demand management requirements that are set forth in the conditions, which it does. This is not a time to add new conditions, and for this reason, your staff recommends approval. Unfortunately, despite the final TDM being in compliance, a few questions remain around whether trips should exclusively be measured by driveway counts and whether the school is not counting all their required trips. So a thorough review of the record, and it's thorough in our letter, provides answers to these questions, but suffice to say that there are numerous references, the W-Trans letter that talks about the trip rate being established based solely on driveway counts. Condition 22 clearly states that data from permanent driveway counters shall be used. Mitigation measure 7A and the council's motion in March of 2021 references mitigation 7A, measure 7A as a means to demonstrate no net new trips. There are staff reports that discuss this, and thus, despite the suggestion by staff to include street parked cars in trip counts, review of the TDM tonight does not now give the City Council the power to add these new requirements that were not previously memorialized in our record of land use action. Thank you so much for your time. I implore you to approve this without further delay and to review the record if you have questions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matt F.
Good evening, Mayor Stone, members of the council. My name is Matt Francois. I'm a land use attorney with Rattan and Tucker, co-counsel with Mindy Romanowski for Castleya School. As Mindy mentioned, the baseline trips were established by driveway counts. That's established in the W-Trans letter. We provided the actual driveway surveys that they performed, as well as a letter from Kenny Jong, who's a senior engineer with W-Trans, who said that's exactly what they did. They only counted trips by driveways. The conditions likewise require that project trips be measured by driveway counts so that there's an apples to apples comparison. What I've heard from some previous speakers tonight is urging you to do an apples to oranges comparison. Changing the way trips are counted would conflict with both the facts and the law. We sent you a letter on Friday. I hope you've had a chance to review that. And I will quickly, in the 1 minute and 10 seconds I have left, summarize the contents of that letter. The plain language of the project conditions requires that trips be measured by driveway counters. Condition 22, quote, data from permanent driveway counters placed at all entrance and exit driveways will be used to calculate ADT and AM peak trips. Second, the school has vested rights to proceed with the project in accordance with the record of land use action. The permits have been issued. The school has detrimentally relied on those. The rules can't be changed now after the fact. 3, the city also cannot modify the project conditions from a procedural standpoint. That can only happen in very extremely limited circumstances, and none of those are present here. 4th, there'd be no nexus to project impacts or supporting evidence to justify modifying the project conditions. This raises CEQA issues too. There have been no additional review to eliminate a mitigation measure like 7A, which required that trips be counted by driveway counts. And finally, of course, the city has to act in a rational manner and not be arbitrary or capricious and treat Casta the same way it treats other applicants. We urge you to approve the TDMP as is. It incorporates all the necessary requirements. Thank you for your consideration of Castalea's views. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
That concludes public comment on action item 13.
All right, thank you. We'll return to council for questions and discussion. Vice Mayor?
Yes, I'd like to start with a few questions, mostly of staff. First of all, just for reminding the public, I was not on council at the 22 vote. I was on PTC, and I'm certainly familiar with this project for a number of years, but I wasn't in the original vote. But I want to ask a few questions. First of all, just to review the basics of the monitoring, it is 3 times a year for a minimum of 7 days with traffic counters, correct?
Yes.
And that's at driveways and parking lot.
Well,
and then the raw trip data is also posted on the website.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. So yes, we do have the trip counters at the driveway entrances and exits, as well as the drop-off locations. And that data is submitted to the city. That data is provided to the city, the raw data, and that's available online. The 3, and those reports are given to us 3 times a year. Yes.
Okay, so that's about 21 days of data in a year that you're looking at.
Just a point of clarification on this. It's not this data is collected every day. And it's consolidated basically over, a like months period, right? The 7 days, I believe, Councilmember Lowing, you're referencing is sort of a separate analysis that we do that's focused more on the streets, the outside streets, that look at that sort of data trend across, how traffic patterns may be evolving around the school. So it's a separate analysis.
Okay, and then I had a question on the ID tags for students and staff, which I understand there are programs for those. And it says that staff will do daily monitoring. And is that of what areas? It's the on-street parking and public streets?
That is correct. It would be that the monitors, as is indicated in that Castalea's TDM report, the monitors they have hired would go out into the neighborhood and also look to see whether or not there are individuals who have parked into the neighborhood, and therefore require them to move their vehicle, onto the campus.
Right, and that's dependent on the ID tags, correct?
Yes, it would be based off of the parking tags.
Okay, and then if we want to measure other areas, what would be the areas that we would be looking at with technologies or bodies or whatever? Would it be just the side streets, or would it be other areas as well?
So, council member, that I think is a question that we believe that the record of land use action sets forth the standard for how to measure that data. And it was the city council that at our last meeting wanted us to look at ways to include the trips to the adjacent streets immediately adjacent to Castellea. And so that's in part what the staff report addresses, but we don't have an answer for you to that question that you just asked, which is what are the other areas should be addressed or looked at. Staff believes that the TDM plan as it's drafted captures the council's action, and we've looked at the other piece related to adjacency to Castillea's school.
Yeah, I understand that. Let me ask the related question, which is the idea of this rebuttable presumption that is addressable theoretically to the street parking.
Theoretically to the streets adjacent to Castellea, with the caveats noted in the staff report.
Right. And then in that area, that's where Fear and Pierce says that it's a constant. They call it a constant, which I guess is a professional term for saying the parking is likely the same now as it was when it was originally counted, and probably will be at a later date because it's the same number of parking spaces and it's probably somewhere plus or minus the same mix of residents and students, as I understand the analysis there.
So you're right. There's a certain number of parking spaces that surround that are on those streets adjacent to Castellea, and that is public parking. And there is an informal relationship or agreement between the school and the neighbors that we've talked about over the course of the years of this application being processed, where the students and faculty are encouraged to park on the Castellea side and not other street segments. That does not preclude members of the public from parking on the Castellea side, however. And so it's variable as to how many parking spaces are being used by Castellea, but there's probably some average that might be referred to as that constant.
And remind us the total number of parking spots on the street.
I believe it's 60, but I'll ask Mr. Garrett to correct me if I'm wrong.
60.
Okay. All right. That's all for my questions. My time's up.
Councilmember Vinger.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask a couple preliminary questions, and I think the Vice Mayor asked most of them. But let me just try and see. Because I too was not on council at the time that this was approved, the conditions of approval were adopted. But I have tried to review and catch up and listen. So, all sides are sort of embracing this no new trips, and the question that the prior council grappled with was, how do we figure out if we achieved that? And the conditions of approval were an effort to do that, to figure out how to measure it. So what I'm trying to figure out first is, how big of an issue is this? And I'm just wondering if anyone, you or someone else, could just ballpark for me, how many more, how the ADT or the AMP might be changed. So in other words, we don't know. The point is we would have to measure it, but there's the principle of the thing and also the practicality of the thing. So if we were to do as is suggested and actually start to measure the parked cars in addition to the driveway counters, do we have an idea of how many more cars every day that might add? Is it, I assume it's somewhere between 300 and 300. Is it 10, 20, 30 or less?
So I'll ask Mr. Sauls to look at maybe the staff report where we have the one example that illustrates our sort of scenario on how one might go about addressing the street side parking. But I think maybe before that question, so we can answer that question, but I think it's also important to ask the other question about, we're not renegotiating the standard, right? And so it's a question of, does the methodology for determining ADT, is that set forth in the administrative record? And so the solution that we've identified in the staff report, or the possible solution that we've identified in the staff report, was a response to the city council's direction last year to, if we were to go down that path, we wanted to present an option on how that could be achieved, noting those risks. But Mr. Sauls, do you have the number then that might reflect a reasonable estimate based on that methodology that we set forth?
Yeah, so the example we provided in the staff report with the specific number of trying to find a relationship between sort of the percentage of AM trips related to, or the average AM peak trips to the average daily trips, that specific relationship identified in the staff report resulted in about 40 new trips. But I think, as the director is identifying, that number can fluctuate depending on how the average daily trips result. So if there are a higher number of average daily trips in comparison to the average AM peak trips, that number may otherwise result in something that doesn't comply or would otherwise exceed the AM peak trips that Casta is otherwise limited to. In this example, again, their average AM peak trip was 344, and adding in those assumed 40 additional spaces will put them at 384, which is just over their AM peak trips, their average AM peak trips, and would presumably be considered a violation. But it looks like Assistant Attorney Yang also has some additional input he wants to provide.
I just want to clarify that if we assumed, all 60 of the parking spaces adjacent to Casta were counted as school trips, that would be 120 trips as far as the ADT.
Okay, because you count each one by two. No, thank you. I was just trying to get I wasn't skipping ahead to the could we. I realize there's an issue around whether we can modify the TDM, and I was going to come back to that. I'm just trying to get a sense of, we're spending a lot of time and effort, and I want to know how big of an impact it could potentially have on the neighbors, because that's why we have them here tonight, and I just wanted to understand that. So thank you for the information there. And my other question, could you tell us a little bit about again, I'm sticking with the practical now, so I'm not getting to the main question. I just want to understand the facts around it. If we were to do, as the neighbors asked, and count the parked cars as well as the driveway counter trips. There was information in the staff report about using percentages. I just want to hear a little bit more about what it would take to do that. I know they've had proposals, but what would you say is sort of the best balance we could do of efficiency versus accuracy?
So in general, the TDM reports that Casta has provided have captured how many of those spaces have on average been used. They haven't identified whether they're Casta specific trips or if they're another type of trip, some random resident who wants to park over there, or a visitor who wants to park there, but is not necessarily attending the school. And from a percentage wise, of the last 4 or 5 TDM reports we have received from them, there's been about an average of an 80% occupancy of those 60 vehicle stalls. Now, that's an average of data that they provided that hasn't been detailed to the degree of, is that a trip that is associated specifically with Casta or with a non-Casta trip? And so just like with the assumption we identified in the staff report, there's risk in how accurate that information is provided, but we do have some data in the TDM reports that Casta provides currently does capture or do capture the occupancy of those on-site, those same side street parking spaces.
But if you mentioned the risk, so I guess what I'm saying is, are we satisfied that's the best way that we can, I mean, how do we get at the Castellea specific trips for the parking spots? If that's what we were to somehow do, whether or not right now saying we can just.
So it gets a little difficult to come up with an answer to that without adding more specificity that's not set forth in the record of land use action.
Right. I'm trying to ask. Okay. Just how would we do it?
So the way that we would do it is as we presented it in the staff report, in the, let's see, in the, where is it here? The section just before the policy implications, where we would make a series of assumptions where 100% of the 60 parking spaces are dedicated to Castellea. And then we would use some percentage, and that would be counted toward ADT. And then a percentage of that, whatever it was for any given day, for ADT at the trip counters, that percentage would be applied to that 60 to give us the number for AMP.
Right. Okay. So we would do it with the mathematical, not an actual count each day of who got out and went to
That
casting.
would be the easiest way to do it. We note in the staff report that to do it another way, where you're physically, checking the data, requires a significant amount of resources, and it's just not something that we covered or contemplated. Could it be done? Sure. I mean, if you throw enough resources at something, you could do it.
That's what I wanted to understand, what you just said. So, okay, I'm over my time, so I'll come back with comments later. Thank you.
Councilmember.
Thank you. So I want to dig down a little bit on what we are permitted to do based on the conditions. Both the record of land use action and the conditions of approval. Are we, under those documents, are we allowed to count trips other than what goes in and out of the driveways?
Well, so that is the question that we're trying to answer. And the staff recommendation is that the record of land use action sets forth the methodology for doing that, and it is the driveway counters, and it relies on the information that's included in the administrative record 2 years ago, up to 2 years ago, when the council made its decision on the project. There is a very relatable and understandable common sense interest into trying to capture all trips that come to the site, knowing that drop-off is not permitted in the neighborhood. It is a requirement of the conditional use permit that all trips, all vehicle drop-off and pickup occur at designated areas. And so the only other trips that are not being accounted for are those parking adjacent to the school on the 3 streets that surround the school. Yeah.
Well, it would be people who are parking there maybe throughout the day, or drop-offs that occur off of the campus site. Either of those, right?
Well, the drop-offs should be occurring on site.
Lots of things should happen, but we have anecdotal observations that drop-offs have been occurring off-site.
And I would suggest that to the extent that that is happening, that is a violation of the conditional use permit and should be enforced through our code enforcement mechanism.
So now you're getting to my next question. So if we're constrained from explicitly using trip counts that are not going across the driveways, but there are other violations of the CUP for having drop-offs elsewhere or non-compliance with the TDM program. Those things themselves would be violations of the CUP. Is that correct?
Yes.
So then the next question is, what are the mechanisms by which we would be able to enforce those kinds of violations?
So as Mr. Sauls noted in his presentation, one of the conditions that the city council imposed on this project was that there was a $50,000 deposit that the city draws down on for code enforcement related activity, following up on complaints, and any sort of city work related to neighborhood complaints related to Casta. And that gets monies get
replenished.
Thank you. When that number gets down to $5,000, and we already have that deposit set up, and we have been drawing on that as we've looked at the construction, staging, and mitigation plans for the building permit. So we have the ability to proactively review and go out and respond to complaints, or just swing by the site and do that, and have that be cost recoverable.
So we can have our own code enforcement at our own volition, and we have the mechanism to respond to complaints and do a focused code enforcement.
That's correct.
Do you feel that our authority to do those two things is clear and adequate, and that our ability to actually enforce that, should there be a violation, enforce that it's a CUP violation, that we have adequate tools to be able to do that?
I believe that's the case. The challenge, as with any code enforcement effort, is bearing witness to the illegal activity or the unpermitted activity. And so documentation and finding, being able to document that violation is going to be key. But we do have the staff, the resources, the municipal code, and all the authority contained therein, as well as in the record of land use action, to follow up on that.
Our code enforcement officers, they go and do code enforcement in vehicles clearly marked code enforcement, correct?
They can. They could also walk to the location.
You guessed my next question, because if I was trying to circumvent these requirements, I wouldn't do it in front of a code enforcement vehicle. Okay, so we could walk it. That seems important if we're actually going to try to make sure that there's not circumvention. If there are indications that there are, we don't have to have those officers do that all the time. But if we have complaints and we want to check enforcement, I would certainly think that we don't want to be in marked vehicles to do that. That gets a little granular, but it's an important distinction on whether we will actually have successful enforcement of the TDM program or not. Do we need to have that in the record?
No.
No. Okay. Thanks.
Councilman Ku?
Thank you. So what the neighbors is asking for to ensure that there's no new net trips, if I remember correctly, we did ask for to ensure the count includes parking and dropping off and pickup. So what I'm not understanding is, why is park carts now not part of all of this?
So, Councilmember, yes, I recall the conversation about no net new trips, and the record of land use action that the council approved sets forth a number of conditions to implement that concept and many other sort of conditions. The condition is written the way it is, and I understand that, you know, there's if we were looking at this anew today, it might be written differently, but all we have is what is included in the administrative record and the way the condition is written now. It does account for drop off and pickup. And then it also states that ADT and AM peak are measured through the driveway counters. And I say that in a very shorthand way because there's, of course, the specific language that the neighbors have looked at and that the applicant has looked at, and they've been able to make arguments respectively to support their interests in just the way that the condition is written.
Yeah, I mean, basically, we're kind of seeing the consequences of what was written. And, you know, I think at the time, if I remember correctly, the council was quite adamant about counting it right and not just what goes through the driveway. So it begs the question of, you know, Mr. Cooper said something about Stanford University and their TDM with the county. So I'm just kind of wondering if there's a way in order to, and the staff report actually also says that, you know, we could require that the TDMP to include vehicle trips generated by students and faculty parking on the side of public streets immediately adjacent to Castalia. So since that's in the staff report, I hope council will consider this tonight and add it to being added to the conditions, and so that we're not using assumptions to determine the counts and that they're in compliance. And also, I think, you know, not counting event counts, which I'm surprised that that's not included in there either, seems to be leaving out a big segment of parking issues. You know, I also want to say, you know, this is a very big TDM. This council has oftentimes passed and approved big projects because using TDM as a mitigation. And I think this is a very important, this is very important to get it right. Because there are a lot of bigger projects that are being proposed that are much more denser and that do not provide sufficient parking spaces. And I don't know how much we can trust TDMs if this is not done right. Also, I was just kind of wondering if staff has taken into consideration, as well as the Castalia Neighborhood Committee, if they have taken into consideration the grade separation project, even though it's at the conceptual stage, and some of the properties that are having part of their properties taken, and they're going to have to park on these side streets too. What does that do to all the roads and the neighborhood streets? I mean, it's a project, and there are other factors nearby that could cause parking to be even worse. So I hope this is not being considered in isolation. Thanks.
Okay, I see no other lights. I'll ask a few questions. The final EIR traffic study, as acknowledged in the staff report, I think page 265, acknowledges that ADT and AM peak figures from driveway counters were adjusted based on student or staff travel pattern surveys and other observations. But then the report goes on to say that it's unclear whether vehicles parked on public streets adjacent to Castalia were included in those figures. And the Casta attorneys said that they did follow up and found that they were not, but has staff verified that on your own to determine if they were or not?
So we followed up with W-Trans today after most of us had a chance to look at the attorney's letter from representing Casta, and they affirmed their statements on the letter, but the data that was included in the Rutan and Tucker letter had a table of vehicle counts and pedestrian counts and bicycle counts that, at least in that form, was not represented in the administrative record. We believe it to be maybe some data that was collected by W-Trans and rolled up into charts and analysis that was included in the traffic study. That is a part of the draft environmental impact report. And it's my understanding that if you look at the data on the chart, it doesn't add up to the AM peak thresholds. And I believe one of the speakers talked about this as well. And so the reference in the staff report to, which is also a reference in the draft environmental impact report or final report, as was ultimately certified, to other surveys, suggests that in addition to the driveway counters, there's other points of data that influenced the ADT and AM peak to get at a higher number than just the driveway counters. We don't know at the time of the staff report was written, and we don't know now exactly all of the data, but it's been reported that it was pedestrians and bicyclists coming to the school. But I couldn't answer that 100% as entirely conclusive for the entirety of the additional data.
I mean, I think that's how I interpreted the data as well, and it seems logical to me that that those observations did include just also beyond the driveway counters. I think the applicant's attorneys are trying to make this appear like it is very, very black and white. But this is it's a messy record. But I mean, for me, kind of looking at not only the conversations that were had at the time, the comments by council, the motion, and everything that we have on record, that there was an intent to have this go beyond just those driveway counters. Another kind of follow-up question to that, Section 3 of that defines data collection methodology in the TDM states that the school shall install temporary vehicle counters in various public right-of-ways, and that although they can't be used to determine a violation of the CUP, that COA 22G states that the data collected from the temporary counter devices may inform future action regarding possible adjustments to the TDM plan. So can you explain how that works? I mean, future TDM adjustments, and can that then be used to show a violation of the CUP? I guess I'm not understanding how that kind of how that works.
Yeah. I'll ask other members of our Office of Transportation department to weigh in if there's more to add. But my understanding of the street traffic counters is more to get a series of data points over time to understand traffic patterns in this particular neighborhood. And to the extent that we learn something from that analysis that's collected, maybe we could use that to help inform some changes to the TDM plan should the school be challenged in meeting some of its standards. But it's nothing specific, and it's not intended to be used at all as any kind of an enforcement mechanism against the school.
Okay. I feel the frustration of many in the community, and I think at the dais that this came back to us a year ago with clear direction from the council that we intended the to have this be broader and have all new net trips be counted, and yet kind of now here we are a year later, and the proposal from staff is exactly what the proposal was last year. And I was one of the council members that was here about 4 years ago now when we approved the Casta expansion. And since the very beginning of Casta expansion, the constant theme from Casta was no net new trips. And that was the promise. And it was that promise that predicated the previous council's actions in approving the plans, and is why then this council returned the TDM around this time last year in order to ensure that the school and city fulfilled that promise. And now it feels like the school is reneging on that promise, that they use that mantra to be able to build trust. I remember talking about that 4 years ago, the importance of rebuilding trust within the community between the school, its neighbors, and the greater community abroad. And it seems like now we're in the situation where I don't think this is too significant of a change. I mean, I don't really think it's much of a change. I think we could read into the current RLUA that this is required to address all net new trips. So I think Director Late, you said your response earlier to council members' questions that we're not renegotiating the standards, and I agree. But I think I don't think we're renegotiating the standards. I think we're ensuring that the intent of the prior council's motion is effectuated, and the compromise that was reached after years of challenging meetings is actually honored. And and in many ways, we're at it again with yet another compromise. I think the neighbors and many are willing to only count adjacent cars parked in the ADT and AM peak trips rather than truly capturing all net trips in order to ensure that no net new trips are committed to by the school. So in many ways, we're kind of here again with a compromise. And I thought we had reached a sufficient compromise almost 4 years ago. And now it seems like that's breaking down. So I think that's really frustrating. I think that alternative recommendation from staff that really isn't being discussed too much tonight seems like that is consistent with the previous council motion and what's written in the RLUA to me. So I'd support that moving forward, but not the TDM as presented, just as I was against it this time last year. Okay. Vice Mayor Lowing.
Okay. Yeah, the centerpiece of approval of this, as the mayor just said, has always been no net new trips. That's how it came out of PTC. That's how it came out in June of 22. When we saw it here in 23, August, at least five council members said, great, it's not there yet. We want to see it again, and we're seeing it again, and it's the same. So that's the frustration that the mayor is speaking about. Where I was trying to push, and I think Councilmember Vinker was trying to push, is on the sort of practicality of it. And one thing is, if the Fair and Peer has said that this is a constant and a background situation, we can address that maybe without even recounting now and then recounting later. We could even expand that to city streets with almost like a parking permit program. Just limit the number of parking permits that are allowed for the girls to park there. And that becomes a fixed number. If it goes up, then that's a problem. So it seems like there's some practical ways to do this without making a whole lot of changes here or adding a whole lot of technology. In the past, I was remembering from years ago when we were looking at this that it was about even of 50-50 with the neighbors and the girls. And in those days, before all the current situation, future growth came up, it wasn't really a problem. It was relatively compatible. We can even assume that. is that it's 50-50 and keep that as a mark. So I'm just thinking there must be some practical ways to address this without kind of trying to reinvent the wheel or go back on the RULA or things like that. And that's why I also asked before, what else would we want to look at? Because it seems like we're talking about specifically the street parking as kind of the only thing that we can look at, other than incursions from drop-offs and so on, which you've addressed relative to the enforcement. So I guess I'd put that on the table again, that we don't seem to have changed anything. And one of the big things when you all approved it in 22 is it was contingent on the approval of a TDM program by council. And you're asking us again to approve it, but there aren't any changes in the last year, as the mayor said. So is there some way that we can have a friendly conversation with the applicant to get some counts in here to, move this thing along? I'll leave it there.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. That's what I'm kind of trying to get at is if we can get the enforcement of the drop off somewhere else thing handled, which you have things to do, and if we could figure out this parking situation, and the driveway counters we've got handled. So what I was trying to figure out is, if there's 60 spots, on average now, do we know roughly how many are parked? And you said maybe 80%, so 48. I was curious how many of those are Casta. Like, if we're talking, X number more, like say 30, that's maybe 10% more than the AM peak hours. So trying to look at it as we're doing all of this, I think over, I guess it's ×2 in terms of the ADT, but we're doing all of this over that number. And, we have letters from lawyers, we have lots of work going on here. And what I'm trying to get at is, okay, so even if we look at this baseline and apples to apples thing, seems like so what I learned since last time is this, the assertion that the baseline count was just the driveway counters. But then I believe what I heard when the mayor asked questions was that perhaps there's some other things, but maybe they're pedestrians and bikes. Did I miss something? Are we thinking there also would be additional cars that were counted there? How are we feeling about the baseline being just driveway counters? As to what has happened for the CEQA.
So this is data that was collected in 2017. And, here we are 7.5 years later. I don't know that additional data included cars, or if it was just based on survey data from folks walking into the campus who may have parked, in the neighborhood. So that might have been the delta, and not necessarily folks that were parking on the sides of the street adjacent to Casta.
Okay, well, let's say worst case for what we're being asked to consider, there's let's say there's somebody decides there's no ambiguity, it's got to be driveway counters, and that's what was done as a baseline, and blah blah blah. I guess where I'm going with this is I'm looking at the school, and we have lawyers here. I don't think we have a principal here tonight. Maybe we do, but there are going to be times we are just starting out here. Construction has not started, and there's going to be a long path. And there's likely sometimes the school may need a little grace, and the school may ask for things to be revised a little. We have some very concerned neighbors. There's a lot of mistrust under the bridge. This doesn't look like a huge lift to figure out some number of parked cars that we could add to our average daily count trip. So even if it's decided that we aren't supposed to be modifying the TDM tonight, we could agree to. And it doesn't seem like a huge thing to agree to. And I would just think that a little grace right now might go a long way for things that will likely come up down the road when the school might need a little understanding. So that's not a question, that's just a comment, because this is an awful lot of angst and an awful lot of effort. And I want to make sure that we're doing apples to apples. I want to make sure the residents are heard. I hear this intent to have counted all the cars, even if it didn't get captured in writing the way perhaps we hoped. And I just want to suggest that this might be a good time to think a little outside the legal box, even though I'm a lawyer.
Councilmember Burke.
Yeah, I think, we all share the desire to make sure that we don't have a bunch of car trips that are spilling into the neighborhood. And here we are counting the number who go on campus, they comply with that, but we have these other impacts. I am struggling with any mechanism, even if we could get an agreement with Casta to have some mechanism, but how do we really differentiate which cars are going into the neighborhood that are a different number from what there were before? We heard the Casta attorney say, well, it's, it should be apples to apples on the baseline of how many cars were entering and leaving the campus. We want to make sure, yeah, so I think they're perhaps correct from that legal standpoint. We're trying to avoid a truckload of oranges being dumped in the neighborhood. And we still got an apples to apples comparison here. But this notion of assuming a certain number of Casta cars parked on the street along the boundary of the school is what we're talking about. But that also had a baseline number. So we'd have to have the baseline previously and then the new one, even if we had an agreement there. I'm not sure what that really gets us, because that's not the problem in the neighborhood. The problem is the cars that go beyond that. The neighbors basically accept that the cars that are parked on the perimeter of Castalea's side of the block surrounding them are overwhelmingly Castalea cars. And that's I think, accepted certainly by the neighbors. What we're concerned about is additional cars that go into the neighborhood. And I don't know how to contend with that. And that's where I go back to these other mechanisms of complaints for violation to the TDM program. Did I get something wrong on that? I just want
to. So perhaps that's a concern. But what I'm hearing principally from your colleagues is counting the vehicles adjacent to Casta toward the AMP and ADT, as opposed to the vehicle intrusion into the neighborhood, which I think we have conditions on.
Sorry.
I was just acknowledging those are separable issues. So the vehicles parking along the perimeter and any drop off that occurs on other streets, which would be a violation.
Yeah, I guess I'm not clear what the vehicles on the perimeter count is going to get us. If we were going to count them, we'd need to have an assumption on what was the baseline number. And we're really concerned about a delta of an increase in those. But if that perimeter is largely fully parked already, and we're assuming it's almost entirely from Casta cars, that's kind of been accepted that's what it is. And if that's what it was before, then the baseline wouldn't change from what we're looking for. I think the thing that is most impactful for the neighbors is cars that go beyond that into the neighborhood. I think if I understand it right, they've accepted that street face on the Casta side is full of Casta cars and has been.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I think that is an important distinction to just acknowledge that there is no, we would expect no substantive change before the entitlement was granted and post-titlement implementation on the number of vehicles that are parked immediately adjacent to Castalia. I think it's an important point.
My concern is not having new additional cars parked in the neighborhood and not having additional cars drive in and out for drop-offs. Those are the two things And
in that regard, there was a lot of conversation throughout many public hearings at the PTC and elsewhere. And that's where I believe, the combination of conditions that have been imposed as a part of the record of land use action and the $15,000 deposit will help us be able to address that issue and be responsive to complaints, but also be proactive in our enforcement efforts as well.
And that's what I am feeling I have to focus on is the assurance that we will have both proactive code enforcement and responsiveness to complaints by neighbors where they observe apparent violations. Okay. And I should add one other thing, because the vice mayor brought this up, and this actually was something I raised, I don't know if it was a year and a half ago or 3 years ago. But that is that we do have an additional mechanism for the neighborhood, which is potential of eventual residential permit parking program. If they elected to do that, there are always trade-offs on those. We aren't having the pressure today that we had for a number of years because it changes in most of our downtown areas. But that is something that the neighborhood could elect to pursue, and that would restrict the parking of non-residents in the neighborhood. That's not something before us tonight. It's not something that I think the neighbors are at a point where they have any consensus. I think everybody needs to see how this shakes out. If the TDM program is not as successful as intended, that's a tool that remains.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just want to comment that it doesn't seem to be like there's a downside if Casta would agree to limit its permits right now. That would affect it without any neighborhood action. And it would keep the base exactly where it is. I appreciate Council Yang saying that it could be, if they're all used, to be 120 trips, but they're not going to all be used because it's basically half and half. So at the most, it's going to be 60 trips. So if we could know right now that that's going to be the max, then that is the baseline, and going up, it's not going to go up. So we don't have to consider it at all if they would agree to just do that, which has nothing to do with the record of land use. It has to do with just sort of management of the TDM. So if they could agree to that, I think that would really solve an immediate problem here and a future problem. And there's some risk in the future that, any enrollment could get to school early, larger enrollment, and take up more of those neighborhood spots. And that could be an uncounted trip at that point. 2 trips. Thanks.
Other lights, or are we prepared for a motion? Councilmember Burt?
I just want to say that Vice Mayor has asked that question, but then left it hanging. We aren't asking Castalia that. So
we can't because there's no one representing the school here tonight. Other than
there's legal staff, so we can ask and find out the response.
I mean, we're asking the school for a policy change. I'm not sure they're authorized to answer that.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but you won't know unless you ask. And if you don't ask, we can't complain about it.
Mayor, would you like to have them answer this question, please?
Sure.
Council?
So correct, we are not authorized on behalf of the board to answer that question, but again, it goes back to the apples and apples. that you're just adding, it seems like the direction you're going, Vice Mayor, is to add potentially 120 trips on the after picture and not account for it in the before picture. And you're not doing that same comparison because the baseline counts. And again, I do think it's black and white because there was a letter from the senior engineer from W-Trans who did your traffic study, who said he didn't count the street side parking in the before counts. He only counted the driveway counts. So those were not, they were assumed to be a constant and weren't factored into the analysis. So
Got it.
yes.
Someone said, I think it was the mayor said that, you're trying to make everything black and white and this isn't black and white. So I'm trying to go the other direction and say, based on my knowledge of the situation there, it's about half and half. So why don't we just say that? It's about half and half. And the school can give parking permits to half of the spots, 30, and the other parts are for the neighborhood. And we've actually addressed the problem.
I guess I've heard three different things tonight. I've heard it could be 50%, it could be 80%, or it could be 100%. The reality is we don't have any empirical data.
I'm agreeing with you.
Because that was never looked at.
I'm agreeing with you.
Only the driveways were looked at.
I'm agreeing with you.
And in the W-Trans driveway survey, there's a map, and then vehicle counts, bicycle counts, and pedestrian counts are counted separately. So the people that were walking into each of the driveway points were not counted as a vehicle trip. They were counted as somebody walking in. People biking into that driveway point was counted as a bicyclist. And not surprisingly, vehicles were counted as vehicles. And that's where you get to the 1198 and the 352. And there is a difference because this is accounted for in your November 4th, 2020 staff report to the Planning Commission, where your staff looked at the average of 2017 to 2019 and determined the AMP.
I appreciate, I think we're off topic from the original question of the Vice Mayor, so I'm going to reclaim the floor, but thank you for your response. Vice Mayor Lowing, are you done with your questions?
Yes.
Great. Councilmember Burt.
Well, I think none of us are happy with entirely happy with the terms we're faced here, but I think we've kind of exhausted other options that we have tonight. I'll go ahead and move the staff recommendation that the council approve the TDM plan as consistent with the conditions of approval. Well, if it's going to fail for lack of a second, we're going to have a long night. All I can do is place that on the floor. And then if there's a second, we can have discussions on either clarification of the motion or amendments. That's the procedure. In that case, I'll withdraw my,
No, I was going to say, hearing no second.
Okay.
All right. Yes, I'll make I don't know if the city clerk has the alternative staff motion that was essentially in the staff report, but wasn't really addressed this evening in the presentation. That's more of a question for staff if the clerk has that. Otherwise, I can try to find the language in the staff report.
We can share that information with the clerk. That would be the standard of using this rebuttable approach. Rebuttable assumption is the term used in the staff report.
Yes, that approach, and I'm definitely open to. I like the discussion that was being had by the Vice Mayor and I think Councilmember Vinker regarding kind of looking at, is that 100% of the spots are assumed to be used by the schools? 80%? Is it 60%? Open to that if there's a second. So just to be clear, this motion is essentially approving the TDM, but with the additional piece that staff had mentioned in the staff report to include the rebuttable presumption and include trips or include the parking spots adjacent to the school would be included as part of the net trips. Okay, but hearing no second.
Well, I'll second that.
All right, great. Thank you. Appreciate it. And great. So again, open to a conversation of the 100% of those parking spaces being counted towards the ADT. I still think Casta made a promise. We made our decision based on that promise. It was no net new trips. I think the council discussion, along with some of the ambiguity that is in the language, allows us to be able to make this clarification tonight. We requested this clarification a year ago, and now we're back here just with the possibility of approve what we rejected a year ago. I think this is much more consistent with the prior council motion years ago now, and respects that compromise that was formed between the school, the community, and this council. And I do, I hope Casta, if this is approved, that they come to the table and work with us to make this happen, to be able to show that they are willing to be good neighbors. Because I agree, there's going to be a lot of difficult years ahead, and to be able to work together on this modest, on this modest addition, I don't think is asking too much. We're asking a lot from the community. I think Casta can come to the table and meet us halfway, as they promised. Vice Mayor?
Yes, I definitely want the conversation on this. The concern is, I think we'd have to get a new baseline for that rebuttable presumption, which I guess today would be just counting the cars that are there while school is in session and using that as the baseline. It shouldn't be all that difficult. My earlier idea was to try to make the 50% assumption and not have to go through this math. So I'd still welcome any comments on that. That's all for now.
Okay, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
I just need to note, as a procedural matter, I was confused about Councilmember Burt's motion. I found the staff report confusing as to what it was recommending. There are a couple paragraphs in it that are inconsistent with the recommendation as read. So I was really reading it the opposite way. And so if that motion was to come back again, I would support it.
Councilmember Burt?
Yeah. So I think I heard two different things from the maker and the seconder. The maker spoke about first net new trips, but the motion seems to want to add this amount to the current count. Does it mean that same amount would be added to the baseline, as the vice mayor and the seconder said?
That was my intent, what
That's
the vice mayor said.
I think
So we
that's a
can
really important
clear that up.
distinction.
So staff to work with the clerk to make that distinction clear, is what the vice mayor discussed.
Yeah, because I agree it's a constant, as it was said in the report. And so we want to keep it constant, so to speak.
So I don't have a problem with that. I don't know what it gets us, because it's basically saying we're going to make a certain assumption on how many Casta cars were there before, and I guess a similar assumption that they're that today, and they just can't go up. I think we've heard from Casta neighbors, not the 50%, it's a much higher percentage, nearly all of those, cars are that way, but one, I don't know how we make that guess. And then what it gets us either way. I mean,
it doesn't address the neighborhood question that you brought up before. That has to be the enforcement.
So if we were to assume that there are 50% of those spaces are occupied by Casta cars, and that was the case before, and that's what we'd establish as the new baseline, that number would get added to the baseline of Casta trips. And I don't know what that gets us. Then if we assume it's 50% and we go out and we measure it and it's 80%, then we're actually claiming that Casta went up 30% when there might have been no change.
No, if we're going to do that, if we're going to count it, then we don't make any assumption. We count it one way or the other.
So we're asking staff to go back and establish a new baseline, a baseline based on the current condition.
I wasn't, but you can.
No, I'm asking what the motion is saying to do.
The motion says that we can just assume there's 50% there right now, and that's it. And that stays fixed.
Okay, so if we assume there are 50%, and at a future time we count, and it went from a lowball assumption to a real number. So if we say that we assume it's 50%, but it's really today 80% or more, then we're basically going to claim that they went up by 30% when maybe they didn't.
Yeah, no, that's a risk. So I'm fine counting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the motion doesn't say to reestablish, to determine what percentage are occupied now and use that as the baseline. That's not what we're being asked to vote on. It says a rebuttal that it's 100% count toward. So as this is written, I read it now more clearly that we're assuming that they're all occupied by Casta folks. Is that right?
No, it's not. It's this. When you said that was the first time I looked at the screen, so that was incorrect. What I said was 50, but I'm happy to count them. What I'm trying to say here is that it's not black and white. There's going to be some variances in here, but I'm totally happy, as I said in the discussion, to go around and count them once to have a baseline and use that and both a baseline.
But then that
so we should pull the 100 if you want to do that.
So
and we should pull the 100 and say have a baseline count.
Okay. So my point is two things. The motion needs to reflect what we're saying it intends to mean. And second, that we recognize that whatever that percent is, it's a baseline, and all we're doing is saying it won't go up. It can't go up, and that's what it gets us. I'm okay with that. But we need to have a motion that reflects that clearly.
If you'd like to make an amendment to
no,
make
you
that
guys
change.
are the maker. You have to make a motion that reflects what you've stated as your intent.
Technically, Mayor, he made an amendment that I accepted on your behalf. So that's what
I agree. That's how I was interpreting it as well. So if
so this requires a measurement of current cars on the adjacent street. But again, I don't think we're going to know the exact number of Casta cars there. So somewhere here it's going to be.
Just for a
So I think there were-
clarification here, because it seems like there's been a stall. So the interest on the motion here is that we're going to establish then a new baseline for this parking that's on the adjacent street, which is to assume then that all of those cars are contributing to that ADT count, with 120 trips there. Was that correct, Vice Mayor Lowing?
All of the cars would equal 120 trips. That's correct.
Right. And so whether they're, 90 cars that are Castellet and 30 that are someone else, we're just saying that 120 of them are Castellet trips.
Well, that's where the 50% came in, which is that, we know they're not all Casti trips, Casti cars. And to my knowledge, they can't tell us on a given day, right? Are they marked at this point? We don't know. So that's why I was saying we could just make a 50% adjustment of whatever's there right now is Casti. And then it gets into the problem where, they could say, well, if it goes to 55, that's not going to work.
So, yeah.
Go ahead, staff.
I think that's challenging, right? Because
if I could perhaps articulate the challenge there, that whatever that figure is, I think the next step would be for the council to need to determine how that affects the baseline, the trip limit. Is it additive to the trip limit, or is it taken out of? It doesn't affect the trip limit. Then for the future condition, needing to identify a method to verify that on an ongoing basis, consistent with the other monitoring that will be done for compliance. And then ultimately the determination of compliance based on that measurement in addition to the driveway. So I just want to point out that there are a series of additional steps that will be required once you've settled on this initial baseline methodology.
It was already stated that we would have to add the base to the ladder number post the base. So now we're just trying to figure out the methodology of picking how many that's going to be. And Councilmember Byrd is correct. If we pick 50% and it happens to be 45 or 55, we're going to be off by that much when 2 years from now we do a count and it's different than 30, which would be 50% right now. But I just don't see that that's a big number.
What I think the city manager was talking about, we also don't have a method to distinguish which of those cars. We can count the occupancy level, but we can't distinguish which of them are Casti cars.
That's what I just said. Yeah.
So I don't get how we do this. I get the intent to try to make sure that, that's inclusive, but I don't get how we're going to do it and what it gets us.
Director Lave, you want to respond, and then we'll get there's several other lights up here.
So this reflects some of the challenge that we had over the course of the year when we heard from the council, this time last year about wanting to capture these trips that were on the adjacent streets. And the conversation that we're having now to come up with a methodology is not anything that we had discussed in the 20 plus public meetings on this project over the course of 4 or 5 years, which is why staff came to the decision or the conclusion in its recommendation. I apologize that there's some confusion in the report. We responded to the council's ask or interest to learn how we might go about including those trips on the adjacent streets. So we gave you an example of how that could be done. But our staff recommendation is, it falls back on the administrative record, the information that the council made this decision at the time when the project was proposed, because we didn't go through this elaborate process to try to figure out how to capture those trips. And I think that I'm worried that we're adding more into the record than what's there. So I just wanted to get that perspective out there. And I want to underscore again, Councilmember Burt's comment that there's no net real change related to the parking adjacent to the streets. what was parking there before is likely going to be very similar to the parking that is there post. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lithcott.
Thank you. I'd like to make a substitute motion to move the staff report, the staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a substitute motion. I cleared the lights and we'll discuss the substitute motion. Or any questions on that?
As I said, I had misunderstood when Councilmember Burt made his motion. I had interpreted the staff report as being the opposite of what it turned out, what the recommendation turned out to be. So for all the reasons that Councilmember Burt put forth, I believe this is the right way to go. And I don't have anything additional to add.
Councilman Baker.
Yeah, I was also confused about what the staff recommendation was, because there were two of them and I had the wrong one in mind when Councilmember Burt first moved. Yeah, this is unfortunate because I do think there was an intent to, at least an expression of intent sometimes at the council meetings to count all the trips to get the no net new trips. But then it wasn't perhaps recorded as clearly as we hoped. And now we know that in order to do the apples to apples, we need to add the parked cars on both sides if we were going to, but that's not what was put in the document. And at this point, I think what I was trying to get at the beginning is if we were to take on the risk and say, okay, the ambiguities are sufficient to allow us to do that, I don't know that it gets us a lot. So if it was 50% and max it would get us are those 30 cars. And it may not even get us that. It may be higher now because that was 2017. And especially so I just think that it's the more appropriate thing here to do is to go with this TDM. Although I would make one more plea to the school that a real easy way out is to show good faith here on a small number and, work with us on this thing that's become a big deal. And, take a look at the totality of these circumstances and work with us on this one. So I'm just worried about the next time something comes forward and there probably won't be a lot of grace, going the other way. So anyway, but we are where we are. And so I have my second.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, I just wanted to point out again, if we asked Castleia to only issue 30 parking permits, which is therefore half of that, then we have addressed the neighbor's concern because that's never going to go up. So it was a constant before, and it's approximately a constant right now because it's going to be a constant going forward. So if it happens to be that right now there are 35 or 28 CASI students there, it doesn't really matter. What we're just saying is we want to cap how many people are going in the neighborhood. That's the only thing I'm addressing with that issue. So I'm wondering if that could be added to your motion.
No, I don't accept that.
Councilman Burt?
Okay, so now I just heard something new about issuing permits. Cassie, there is no permitting control that's any part of this. That's another new concept. There's no mechanism in the TDM that says Casti must somehow enforce that any vehicles related to their school that park in the neighborhood, whether on their block face or otherwise, have to have a Casti permit. That's not there. And it'd be a whole new mechanism. As it stands, I was searching for three things in that amendment. One, is it really legally sound based on everything we've heard from our staff on the existing conditions of approval? Didn't sound like it. Second, is there a way to measure performance or conformance, and only with a permit system that doesn't exist and would be real problematic? It's not part of that conditions of approval. And so would there be a value to it? And I can't find the value. So I don't think it's legal based on the approvals that were already made. I don't think there's a value to it, and I don't think there would be a way to enforce it. If those things could be met, I'd love it to have something more stringent. I'm not happy with having to vote for something that isn't as strong as I would like. But I think we just can't make up goofy stuff and say it's going to have some value when we've sat here for a half hour and I can't hear the arguments on how this would work. So I'll reluctantly be supporting the substitute motion.
Councilman Ku.
I'm just wondering, so this TDMP, how would we review it when construction ends to see what are the actual trip counts, if there's actually no? So is there an opportunity that it comes back with new numbers, or to review what is actually the number of cars, the trips coming in? So I'm just saying, so this is the be all, do all TDM. There's no changes when we discover new numbers or new impacts.
So our conditions of approval identify that they need to be doing this monitoring during construction as well. There are specific exclusions to construction trips, special events that were already adopted in the record of land use action in 2022 that are not contributing towards AM peak hour trips and ADT trips. But we also have in our conditions of approval number 34, this sort of standard is 34A, this maximum enrollment capacity standard of, as they're doing this analysis, as Casta is doing these reports and providing us that monitoring report, if there are violations meaning them exceeding their 383 AM peak trips or their 1198 ADT trips, that there are points within that where we can step in, city staff, the director can step in and identify corrections to resolve that. There's a mechanism and a process put in place for this sort of ramp up to being maximum enrollment. And then once they're at maximum enrollment, there's a continuation of that approach of how we can continue to evaluate the TDM reports that they have to provide. And basically there's a 15-year period that this TDM plan is going to look at during this whole construction phase and afterwards, where we're going to be continually monitoring that. And in 15 years, that will be provide most likely the summary of all these reports, and any sort of instances of violation or whatnot will be provided to the Planning Commission at the end of that to identify any of the, how this would proceed, whether the TDM plan is going to be continued or if it would be amended, at a larger scale at that point. But there are instances where we can sort of step in when we recognize with the reporting that there's a violation.
Thank you, Mr. Saul. So what you're saying is that there are measures in the conditions of approval to monitor compliance, but it will take 15 years before we can use the information that we've gathered in those 15 years to do any major changes.
So no, I'll interject here. So no, we have what the conditional use permit sets forth, and the TDM plan it does set forth is average daily trips and AM peak trips, and those are set numbers. And every 3 times a year, the school has to submit reports to demonstrate their ability to comply with those numbers. If at any point they aren't complying with those numbers, that's a violation of the TDM, and there are conditions that establish, the course of action that follows at that point. The city gives notice. The school has 45 days to cure. The city has, within 60 days of notice, there's, we have to let them know that we're going to, send them to a hearing before the planning commission. There are so many mechanisms in place to ensure that they're complying with these rules. And it's effective now. And these numbers won't change unless the council, or the applicant really submits an application to amend it.
The council submits?
No, I'm sorry. The applicant wants to amend their CUP. And I think the council's been clear about not wanting to increase enrollment, which is the measure for how trips might change over time. So again, there's ways to enforce the standards that the council has previously adopted.
Thanks for that. When we talked about no net new trips, it was to do an overall, a full count. And it just seems that now we're leaving out a big chunk of it where it will be, where it's not really trying to count anything. There's a big chunk, so you're not really getting the true batch of data to see how many trips are actually in and whether it's going to violate the TDM. So yeah, it's unfortunate that we just hastily went ahead and approved the project itself without looking at the TDM first and making sure that it complies. And it's actually not going to impact the neighborhood. Anyway, thank you.
All right. Seeing no further lights. I do think, moving forward in the future, Casta made a strong promise and commitment to no net new trips. This council discussed that premise significantly. I think we understood that was going to be the direction that we were providing to staff, and staff frequently, just like staff often does, assured us that you were understanding our direction and our intent to have that. And so I do think moving forward, we need to be, as a council and staff, I think, be a little more crystal clear, because this is frustrating, and I feel like there have been some broken promises. But it's time to take the vote. So if the clerk can call the vote.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
No.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
No.
Mayor Stone?
No.
Motion, it carries 4-3.
Okay. Thank you. That brings us to adjournment. I'd like to adjourn in honor of Mama D. Hope you all have a good night.